my microphone was not on. So you guys did not hear the first 50 seconds. Good, because that was pretty embarrassing. Even though the rest of this is going to be even more embarrassing. But anyway, I am live here, Unscripted Opinions on YouTube. We're on D Live and on Vaughn.live. That's all we can manage, the bandwidth can handle for today. So no Facebook, no Instagram, no Rumble, and no X or Twitter or whatever you're calling it. Speaking of X, so I signed up for a new X account for I have Twitter on my cell phone, and I have like my sports pages that we operate, and they're on separate devices. So they're not on the same device. They're not connected to the same internet or nothing, and they're not political stuff. So I just signed up for a brand new X account, specifically so I can get on X to view, so I can have things to react to. And as I signed up, I noticed one thing immediately. Now, I know this is not new. Many people have already mentioned this before when they signed up for X. But I do see the fact that immediately when I signed up for this new account that's not connected to any other of my accounts and no other, algorithm, I was immediately hit with right-wing accounts all up and down the goddamn For You. Immediately, as soon as I signed up, I haven't followed nobody, I haven't reacted to nothing, I haven't even viewed anything. So you immediately get bombarded with right-wing stuff. And not even, like, when I say right-wing, I'm not talking about, like, regular right-wing content. Like, maybe you could be someone who's like a well-known commentator, or it's just mostly like troll accounts or cultural far-right accounts that are popping up on the For You immediately. So immediately, of course, and it would mix in with a little bit of like politicians that are like, but they're like far right-wing politicians, not like your standard right-leaning politician. So immediately, of course, you're going to see Elon Musk, because he's the owner of that platform. So, of course, he's going to be on everybody's For You regardless, unless you block him when you first sign up. So you got Elon Musk immediately. And then you get like a whole bunch of stuff about SpaceX. Then you get the second person that popped up on my For You after Elon Musk was Congresswoman, Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. And, of course, the tweet that popped up was her saying something about Democrats. I didn't watch the video, but her title says something about Democrats crying in the media or whatever. And then after that, you get Libs to TikTok, which is a far right wing account that posts stuff, I guess, making fun of gay people and any minority groups, and just, pretty much a rage debate account. So that's one of the troll accounts. So they get all these troll accounts following. So then after that, it's End Wokeness, another troll right-wing account that posts stuff. And this one's about something about women and pilots. And then you get Natalie Winters, who I think is a far-right person, part of the War Room. And then some other person. So every account up and down is like MAGA or far-right, America First accounts. Another one, a meme account. So this is all you get. Illuminati bot, which I don't know if that's because, that's more, I think that's a far-right account too. Tom Holman, not sure if that's a real one or the fake one, but Tom Holman, the Bordazar, at least the Bordazar's account. Juanita Broderick. So this is what you get immediately when you sign Donald Trump's Truth Social post. Tara Bull, Gunther Eagleman, Doge Designer, MAGA Voice. So that's a Cat Turd. FBI Director Kash Patel. Okay, so now you finally get, like, I guess, Al Franken. That's when the first Democrat, the first left-leaning person that pops up is Al Franken. And wasn't he like excommunicated from Congress for being a corrupt or some shit? And then Charlie Kirk. And then so And then you get all the way down to like the bottom of the page where you finally get like in between that you get like a sports one sports post, and then it goes right back to Doge, and then Ben Stiller, then Vance Ligman, Kerry Lake, rapid response, breaking 911, Trump, Ian Miles, who's another, So the point here is that the only reason why the sports one popped up was because one of the right wing accounts reposted it, showing that about Tracy Morgan thrown up at the MSG, and guess what? They said it was because of he took a COVID shot. No shocking there. That would be linked somehow to him at a Knicks game throwing up. I think COVID was like 5 years ago, but they're still on that apparently. Yep, that's what all the right wingers are posting about Tracy Morgan. So that's pretty much where. So this is what you get bombarded with when you sign up for Twitter on a new account, and it never used to be like that before. I remember when you first signed up before, they used to have you. You get a whole bunch of mix of stuff. Then you get to kind of choose who you wanna follow. You got the celebrities will pop up, but these people are not celebrities. None of them are celebrities, but they just have overtaken the platform. So I just thought that was pretty strange. I know that's been happening. I know people have already said that, but I didn't witness it, so I couldn't come out and say, "Oh yeah, I believe it." But now that I witnessed it, I can confirm it 100% that is absolutely true. Anyway, so this weekend, we all heard about the Venezuelans, or not Venezuelans, or Venezuelans being deported to El Salvador to a private prison. So they have the ICE agents are body snatchers. They're just going around snatching people up and saying, "Hey, we think you're in a gang. You're going to a private prison in El Salvador. Have fun." And that's been happening. So you better have your papers, I guess, when you walk around. If you're not white, you better have your documentation on you. Because if you notice, there hasn't been any white people being rounded up and being sent back, or Europeans, Australians, any Germans, any Russians that overstay visas, because we know they overstay visas all the time. Have any Chinese been rounded up? Now I don't think they will have an issue with doing the Chinese, but we'll still throw them in there anyway. We haven't really seen it. And mind you, there was a lot of Chinese. Remember when during the last administration, the Chinese were doing some nefarious shit here on America's soil. They had all that shit going on. They had police stations operating on America. Police stations where Chinese citizens, who were American Chinese citizens, were being harassed by the Chinese government, or Chinese operatives were operating on American soil in different cities, in thinking New York, Houston, places like that. I'm shocked that I haven't seen any roundups of these people, where the ICE raids on those facilities and say, "Hey, you can't operate here. We're sending your ass back. We're shipping you back to Asia." I haven't seen that. Nobody's doing that. But they seem to be very. Now look, if those people were gang members, as they allege, they committing crimes in the U.S., they're here illegally, I guess that's the crime in itself. Yeah, I mean, I guess they should be deported as you promised. But we know that I think the pressure for Trump is that he can't deliver on his promise to deport. What's the number? 20 million, whatever that number was that they overpromised. So in order to get those numbers up, because even at this point they've said that more people were being deported under Biden at the rate right now. And maybe that was as of I think a couple weeks ago. I don't know if that number's ticked up. But Trump is not hitting that number that he wanted to hit. So they're like, "Hey, how do we hit this number? How do we get closer to the number? We can't go around. It's hard to find people who are hidden. So people who, if you come into the country illegally, you can't be found. You're undetected, right? Unless someone knows where you're at and they report you. So how are they doing this? Is that they're going off of the information that was collected by the last administration. So all the people who signed up for asylum, who came in to make a case for asylum, and they got court dates. These are the people they're going after. That's how they're able to run up on people in the street and say, hey, we're taking you, because they already know who those people are, because they've already been tracked, right? They either got the cell phone, or they have ankle monitors, or they had some type of, and these are probably the more honest asylum seekers, like the ones who went through the front door, signed up for asylum and say, hey, here's your court date, right? They're not finding the criminals unless they've already been locked up and they go to the jail and get them. But they're not really finding the dangerous people like they claim, right? It's the same tactic that was used, like local law enforcement used this tactic when they say, hey, we need arrest numbers to go up. We need tickets to go up. What do? They go out and they harass people who are not committing serious crimes, because those are the people who are likely to either be easier to catch and the least resistant. So they go out, remember Stop and Frisk in New York City? They went out and stopped all these black and brown people, and I think like 80% of the stops led to no arrests. And like over 70% of the stops were like black and brown people. 80% no arrests, no tickets, no nothing. Well, I think they was giving out tickets, but no arrests. And the whole point of that was to get guns off the street, to find violent criminals carrying guns and stuff like that. And they didn't find jack. Every once in a while they hit the jackpot when an idiot jumps a turnstile, because, that happens in a city of like millions of people. But the ICE is running the same gamut here. They're like, hey, we're just going to round up a bunch of people that we already know is here because we have their info, because they gave the info when they applied for asylum and they get their court date. So we're just going to go and get those people. That'll help beef our numbers up. Then we can brag about it and show the country, hey, look, see, we're rounding up illegals. But I think the bottom line is they realized that the task of rounding up millions of people was not easy. Because when they announced that, first of all, a lot of illegals probably went underground, right? That's why they didn't show up to the workplaces, the job sites. They all immediately went to hiding. And the ones who didn't go hiding, the ones who figured, oh, well, I got court date, I'm here legit, they're not going to come after me. Oh, no, we're coming after you too. And you're actually easier to get because we know who you are. So then you see the videos of them being arrested and being handcuffed and deported because they know exactly who they are. So they're clearing that list out. So we're only going after the bad guys, the serious crime. No, you're not. You actually can't get them because you don't know where they're at. You're going after the people who are trying to come in legit because they're easier. It helps you beef your numbers up quick. And from that standpoint, that's a smart move, right? If that's your goal. Sucks for the people who are being rounded up, but I'm just saying, like, if I'm thinking about it from a strategic standpoint of the Trump administration, you're like, okay, this is what we're gonna do. Where's the list of all the people who were signing up? We're gonna go after them first. It'll be easier. We can round them up, and we could deport them. So that's one part of it. Then you got the other part of them saying, hey, we're gonna round up gang members and ship them away. And now there's been, I guess, talk that some of the members that they rounded up were not gang members. They just had tattoos that maybe were part of gangs, or maybe they were fleeing the gangs, but they still had the tattoo. It's just so confusing that the average person doesn't care, right? The average American doesn't give a fuck about, like, if you're the average right winger, you're the average MAGA, you don't give a shit if the person had a tattoo, didn't have a tattoo, if the tattoo was old or if they trying to flee the gang they don't care. They want them gone. That's just their point of view. And if you're on the other side of this, you're trying to be delicate on how you respond, because you don't want to come off as you're advocating for criminals, but then you got to ask the question, like, how do we know? And if the administration is not really telling anybody if these people are really criminals, then you have to wonder what the fuck is going to happen if they decide they don't like you and they want you gone. Then how do you determine, oh, I don't like what you said about me, we're just going to round you up and ship you out? And it's like, where did Peter Smith go? I don't know. He just gone. Right? He just disappeared. So I think people are worried about that, and that's a legitimate concern to have, because you have an administration that's not being transparent with the American public, especially when it comes to American safety. I mean, you're no more safe if you don't know what your government is doing on a scale of rounding people up. You want to know. And if you see that the courts can't even keep a control or a balance or hold accountable actions that are deemed illegal, then you as a normal citizen, there's no hope for you ever. Like, you are completely screwed. And the last mission of a collapsed nation is when the legal system is seen as that they know, okay, you can't even control this. We have no hope. And that's the last barrier, because that the one thing that keeps people at bay for the most part, is that they know the legal system will either hold you accountable or it will attempt to hold others accountable if they do wrong across the board. And even when the system does favoritize or do backroom deals, it's usually done behind the scenes. It's not done out in the open. Like, no one with power ever openly defied a court, right? Like, openly. And we've never seen a situation where the most powerful person in the world, of the free world, is openly saying fuck you to the judges, to the courts. That has never really happened, at least in our lifetime. And maybe it happened back in the days, who knows? So when that happens, and then that person who does that also has 70 to 75 million people who could be let loose at any time. I wouldn't say it's that many. It's a smaller number, obviously, that are like really, really crazy. But you then have to worry, like, holy shit. Like, what happens if like the courts are like, okay, we said you better follow our order, or what? What are you gonna do? You can't send marshals into the White House to arrest the president. That can never happen. You can't put him in contempt of court. You already tried to arrest him and jail him, and he beat the charges, or the charges got dismissed, or whatever the hell happened. So the guy is literally Teflon Don. Like, John Gotti, but times 1,000, right? Like, you could put, right? It's just crazy. If I didn't live in America and I was like living in another country, I would almost admire this type of behavior, like this rebellion, right? Because I'm like, okay, if I wasn't American, I wouldn't have to worry about, like, oh, who cares what they do. But if you're living in it, you're like, holy shit, this is dangerous as hell. This is like something out of a movie. Like, a movie, like, someone needs to do a movie on this shit, because a movie will come out. They're probably working on it right now as we speak. This is something that right out of Hollywood. You can't make this up. You really can't. Who else can get away with this kind of shit? Nobody. Right? This guy does what he wants, when he wants. no matter how bad it looks, it's just everyone is so numb to it. And it's pretty bad because there's going to be a point in time where it's going to switch. And I don't think it will ever get as bad as, I don't think the left can go as bad as the right on this. And the only reason why I say that is because when you talk about the left, and they can't really, they're in shackles, right? They don't have any power. They're following the lead of the establishment. And the same deal was with the Republicans. Like, they both understood they would rotate, take turns having power, but at the end of the day, they serve the donors and the establishment. So their job was, the left, they told them, hey, you're going to have power, but you make sure your wackies on the far left don't get any air to breathe. Right? And the Republicans had the same job. Don't let your wackies get any air to breathe. And they both was able to do that. But then MAGA came along. And then it became like a unleash of the shackles. They're like, oh, okay, we need those people. Yeah, they're crazy, but they're loyal. They're going to vote for us. They're going to make sure we win. And so that's how it went. So they lost control. It's oh shit. So that's why now, if you see, you notice that there is a segment of the Republicans who are so funny because they're now looked at as they're the common sense Republicans. Like they go on MSNBC, they got their shows, they got their podcasts, and they are sitting there kumbayaing with the Democrats on how bad the Republican Party is, or at least how bad the MAGA party is. And this is where they painted their lane. So they almost painted a third layer of. But remember, these people they're no better because they were part of the establishment, right? Because establishment is still the evil here, but in my view. Now, some people would disagree with that because even Democrats who react to Trump and the stuff that he's done, they won't really hold the establishment accountable. You have to understand that the corrupt and the terrible decisions that were done by both sides politically from the establishment standpoint is the reason why Donald Trump got on the scene, the reason why he was able to get to the White House 2 times. And he's corrupt too. But the difference is that he's openly corrupt. And he's openly corrupt. He's like, fuck it. And some people are attracted to that. The openness of corruption. They're attracted to that. They're like, oh, yeah, we like it. He says what he means. He says what he says. Yeah, he'll lie, but he'll still say it. And he'll come back and make excuses for it, but at least we don't care. We'd rather be screwed openly than be screwed behind closed doors. At least we have a face to the person that's screwing us in the back. We don't have a face to the individuals that are in the establishment that are screwing us every day. We just know that it's an institution that's screwing us. But at least if Donald Trump screws us, we have a face, and at some point he'll be held accountable by the people, whether they, I don't know what they do. I don't know what they'll do. So the thing is that there's corruption all over the place, and Donald Trump is not exempt from that corruption. He's also corrupt. He's already proven that. I mean, he's already defied court orders, so the man does what he wants. And he's not going to be stopped But this goes beyond Donald Trump, because if you understand that Donald Trump is setting the path for the destruction of the American system as we know, right? Because it's going to be the people are not going to trust the system even less than they do now, that it won't matter what you say. It will be, okay, whatever. Now, we're waiting for the revolt. It hasn't happened yet because I don't think people know who to turn to for that revolt. Right? Honestly, I believe if there is going to be a revolt, it's going to come from the right wing. That's how it's going to start. Two ways it'll start. It'll either be the right wing gets so fed up with the lies and the bullshit that they just take matters to their own hands, or they get gaslit so much that they go out and feel like they can do what they want and they start taking it out on everyday people, which will then cause a reaction. Then that will be the start of the holy shit. Everybody better go and fucking hide. So that's how it's gonna. I don't think it's gonna come from the left, to be honest. I just think the left seems to be very defeated. Right? They're like in survival mode. They're like, holy shit, how do we survive this? What do we do? Our leaders suck. I do think this is a great time for a third party to emerge. But unfortunately, the third parties have all. They're weak. Right? Think about this. All that crap they were talking during the election. Now, of course, the Libertarian Party is, while they may have the name recognition and they have they're on ballots, they have the platform, but they don't have the people. They weak because they already submitted. They're happy. They got what they wanted. They got their man out of jail. He got pardoned. That was their big promise. So they're going to be quiet for a while. And they're going to get crypto potentially from Trump. So they're happy. They don't care about the issues that may concern the left, like the human trafficking allegations or even the sexual assault. They don't care about that because they're the freedom people, right? They like freedom, small government. So right now Trump is doing all that. He serves that purpose. So the one party that may have had enough, they may have had the real estate to arise. They're siding with the MAGA agenda. They're siding with that all the way. They don't care about the other shit. As long as they get their boy Ross out of jail and crypto, that's their main things. They don't care about the other stuff that the left or the liberals care about. But so you can't really depend on them, unfortunately, to rise to the occasion. The Green Party's not going to rise because they're also weak. They're even weaker. They're probably weak. They're like, what would he do? We just don't want to vote for Kamala. Or they're like spoilers too. Like, they just hate the Democrat Party, even though a lot of their policies lean left when it comes to like maybe even more left than the establishment Democrats like. But there's not enough of them to have an uprising. So there's no parties available. There's no resistance. There's not even a MAGA version of the left, the left's wing of politics. Right? It's not even a MAGA version of that. Like, they have nothing. The progressives, they have no power. They have numbers. They're passionate, they have ideas, but they don't have power. Right? They don't have any power. And they're going to lose even more power going forward, because if all signs point to Chuck Schumer being challenged by AOC because Schumer voted for the CR bill, I don't think AOC would be the challenger. Now, she could challenge him for the Senate seat. I figured that would happen at some point. But only if AOC shifted more towards the center of the Democrat Party's positioning. I don't know if they are satisfied with her yet to back her. I think she's already made a slight of a shift away from that socialist point of view. Even though, yes, the right wing will always paint her as a socialist, I don't see that. I don't think she is far left at all. I think she is a little bit more left leaning. She's more liberal, but I mean, there is some progressivism there. There's a little bit. She's still progressive in her own ways, but I think she is shifting a little bit more towards the center of the Democrat Party because she's eyeing the Senate seat in New York at some point. I don't know if it's going to be this time around or next time, but that is definitely something she's eyeing, and she understands, and it was probably been told to her. It's like, hey, you're going to need to be much more center left and not so much with the squad. And I think she started to do that. Now, ultimately, she's going to need to get the approval of, the Israel lobby in order for her to probably win that Senate seat over Schumer whenever that time comes. But she is a force to be reckoned with because she has the people. But the people don't mean shit because she could have easily... Think about this for a second. And I don't know if she did this because I don't follow her, but I'm not sure. Did she endorse... How strongly or loudly did she endorse Bowman in New York when he was going up against... when he lost his seat, or Cori Bush in St. Louis? Did she go out and campaign hard for those two? Or did she fall back and stay neutral? I don't know, because I didn't see anything about that. And that would tell me, that would be a big tell if she did it or did not, based on where she's trying to go politically. And maybe she figured it wasn't worth using political capital on. Even if it meant get rid of 2 members of the squad. And so when you see that, I think that, and then also she really, even though she's a New York congresswoman, there's a lot to criticize Kathy Hochul about, and she doesn't seem to ever criticize Kathy Hochul about anything, which is also pretty interesting as well. But yeah, she jumped on Schumer pretty quickly. So I don't know. I think that and of course she jumped on Mayor Adams, who was an easy punching bag, because Mayor Adams is a crook and he probably should be at least not mayor of New York. I'm not gonna say he should be in jail because the case, you still need your day in court. But that whole situation is obviously a quid pro quo, but no one seems to care about that. We'll see what the voters think. But then you turn around and you see Andrew Cuomo, who's also running for mayor, and the guy just was forced to resign years ago because he was a creep. But this is what New Yorkers want. They want the creepy guy who was forced to resign from governor because they can't stand the guy who went to bed with MAGA. That's how bad it is. It's so bad that they're willing to overlook the Me Too. And that's what happens when you elect someone who is found liable of sexual abuse, who cheated on their wife with a porn star. People seem to be okay with that type. And that forget about, and look, no offense to women and all. I know you'll say, well, women being in sexual abuse is a huge deal, and that is a huge deal. But the biggest crime, in my opinion, on Andrew Cuomo is the fact that all those people in the nursing homes got killed through COVID. And he just got off with that. Like, oh, I'm going to resign and walk away and not be held accountable and potentially get reelected and get elected to be mayor. Like, even with all that, if I'm in New York, if I was still living in New York, and I'm like, okay, I think I'll still vote Adams over Cuomo. Because I wouldn't be able to get over what he did during COVID and his sexual abuse. I mean, yeah, Mayor Adams potentially might have or probably took bribes from Turkey. Okay. But to me, that's not worse than what Cuomo did. But New Yorkers want Cuomo. Politics is kind of like a sports team. It's like football, right? What have you done for me lately? Type of league. It's like sports. If you do good stuff, we like you. The moment you stop doing what we want, we hate you and we'll bring up all the shit you did that you did wrong. So that's what happened. That's what's going on. I mean, shit, by this, if things looking like, where's Anthony Weiner should freaking run for mayor next, right? If we're forgiving Andrew Cuomo, I mean, shit, ain't nobody care. But who's being spit in the face throughout this whole process? Obviously, the women are. Think about this as if you're a woman and you see the White House bring in Conor McGregor, a man who was found guilty in a civil court, had to pay money up for sexually abusing a woman in another country. They said, oh, yeah, come on over to the White House. Come and get in front of the press and talk. Did a press member ask about his issues? No, because they're afraid that if they do, then they get excommunicated from the whole White House. They lose their press pass, may even get thrown in a gulag. Who knows? That can happen. You never know what this administration. You can be thrown in the gulag if you dare question why Conor McGregor was in the White House. How dare you question that? Don't you ever question what we do. Do you understand? Yeah. Do you understand? That's what they say. They're like, don't you ever question what we do. Because we'll have your ass sitting in the prison in Alaska, looking out the boats and the windows. We got CIA black sites all over the country. We can make it disappear just like that. Boom. You're gone. You see what we did with them Venezuelans? We sent them to El Salvador, where they're going to be hanging out with the El Salvador gangs. They're not El Salvadorians, but we are cruel and unusual. We give it delivery. That's what's going on. And people like it. They're cheering it on. They're cheering it on. It was never about the eggs, right? They said it. It was never about the eggs. Eggs? What eggs? What are you talking about? Eggs? I grow my own eggs. Not grow, but you know what I mean. It wasn't about the eggs. What are you talking about? Ah, man, they're so evil. Like I said, it's a movie. We are living a real life movie. The script has been written, and you couldn't write it any better. Like this is a award-winning script right here that's written out. It's playing out in real time. It's playing out in real time, people. And a lot of you are like, yeah, we're just going to go about our lives. You can't. Because at any day, at the stroke of a pen, your life can change. Here's the crazy story here. Here's the crazy story. There was a guy, right? There was a guy who, a Trump supporter, and his wife got deported, right? His wife got deported. This is crazy. A Wisconsin man and his wife, originally from Peru, she was detained by ICE agents. The couple was returning back from a honeymoon when she was detained at the airport due to an expired visa. Now, this is the craziest part, but I have so many questions about this. And I'm going to get this up. Let me see if I can get this up. Okay. Let's see if I can get this up, because I have so many questions about this whole shit show. Okay. I think it's fucked up what happened, but I do find it kind of I'm not gonna say funny, because I don't think that would be appropriate to say, but I do find it odd that, so he voted for Trump. Now his Peruvian wife is stuck in ICE custody, right? So why, if your visa expired, now I know Puerto Rico is U.S. territory, so yeah, you can, go to Puerto Rico. You still be in U.S. territory. But how the hell did they get to Puerto Rico? Don't you gotta travel in the U.S. with a U.S. passport? Even if you're traveling out to another country? I mean, not another country, excuse me. To another area, like when you get on the airport, don't you have to have your passport? So how did they get on the plane to get to Puerto Rico? Or if you're traveling to Puerto Rico, you don't need your passport, you just need like your ID. I don't know how that works. I never took the plane to Puerto Rico. So maybe you just, as long as you have your ID. But even if you have your ID and you go through the checkpoint of the customs, wouldn't they have known that, oh, this person is traveling? Because what kind of ID did she have? Right? Don't they do kind of background checks on you at the airport? Don't they look you up? I was just trying to figure out, how did she get through to end up in Puerto Rico? I don't know. Or maybe she got flagged and they said, okay, we'll catch her on the way back. Because that happens too sometimes. Like, it doesn't happen right away. And then when the information finally does come back, they say, okay, well, she's going to Puerto Rico. It's not like she's going anywhere else. If she tries to get back on the plane and come back, then we'll get her then. Right? That's probably what happened. But, or what about the fact that if you're her, why the hell would you get on a plane or even leave the area if you know, one, you're in the process of trying to sign up, two, you understand that people are literally being fucking tracked and deported? Why the hell would you even do that? You should have immediately, once the new administration took over, you should have immediately had a lawyer ready. You should have been contacting a legal representation. You shouldn't be taking honeymoons when you know that you're not a U.S. citizen. So what are you thinking? You should have had a lawyer ready. You should have took that honeymoon money, got an attorney, and said, what do we do? We're in the middle of the process of, because I think she was in the middle of like going through her steps. That's how they were able to fucking track them, because that's how they're tracking the people. If you already was in the middle of your process, that's how they're able to find where you are, where you live, where you work, because they can just get that information. So it's almost like doing the right thing is putting a bullseye on your back, because they need the numbers because it's the quota. So they're newlyweds. They were on their way home. This happened last month, by the way, just so you know. So you had plenty of time to get this shit straightened out. And it said that Munoz, which is her name, Kamala Munoz, was in the process of applying for a green card after her original visa expired. So when did it expire? That's one question. So in the process, like I said, if you're in the process of applying for a green card, now I don't know, did you do it right away or did you wait? Because sometimes people like to wait and then you have to deal with the consequences. If you waited, that's on you. And you shouldn't be trying to go on vacation when you ain't got your shit handled. You got to know that if you try to come back through customs, you're going to get flagged. Sometimes, yeah, you can get away with leaving out. They probably won't say shit. Okay, you leave in the country. But if you try to come back, they waiting for you. That's why I said when they pulled aside by an immigration agent at the airport, because when you try to come back into the U.S., not the U.S., to the United States, or the states, I would say, because obviously Puerto Rico is part of the U.S., but when you tried to come back in the states, they flagged your ass. And they knew you would come back. They're like, oh, we waiting for her. She'll be here about 6 o'clock. Okay. Because coming in is a lot different than going out. Oh, you want to go out? Okay. As long as you ain't like wanting for like killing anybody, they'll let you go. They'll let you leave. They'll let you leave you get on the plane. You ain't no terrorist. You ain't going to kill nobody, right? Okay, good. Or if did you pay child support? That too. Like I heard if you don't pay child support, you can't really fly planes. I don't know how true that is. That's what I heard. But yeah, so they'll let you leave. As long as you ain't want it. But oh yeah, you coming back? Oh yeah, we're gonna check you. We're gonna double, triple, quadruple check your ass. And that's how she got caught up. So when asked by the agent at the airport whether she was an American citizen, she was taken into custody and she's currently being held at a private immigration facility somewhere in Louisiana. And the husband said, I knew they were cracking down. I guess I didn't know how it was going to go. I guess I didn't know how it was going down. So he thought that his wife was exempt because she wasn't one of the bad ones. That's what he's pretty much saying there. The couple who lived in a small city in Wisconsin Dells reasoned that because Munoz's green card application was ongoing, she paid all her taxes and does not have a criminal record, they would not be caught up in the Trump administration sweeping immigration crackdown. She has been in the U.S. since 2019, working legally on a W-2 visa until it expired. So your visa expired. I want to know how long it was between the expiration date of the visa and when did you try to apply? Because that could also make a difference. And it also could help her case, right? Because if she did it immediately, maybe her lawyer could argue on her behalf. Depending on the timeline, like I said, how wide that gap is, if she's working, paying her taxes, something tells me that this could work out where she could end up not being deported. Unless there's something more to the story that we don't know about. She'll probably end up, getting released at some point and probably have to go to court and deal with whatever fees and associated with that. And then also if the husband is like really trying to get her. But if she's been here since 2019, so she was here during Trump's first term, and somehow she didn't get caught up. Now she was on a visa. She was working on a W-2 visa, and then it expired. it kind of sucks because you get married, you know, and now you might get deported. And we know she was an easy target because you pay taxes, you don't have a criminal record, you don't but you easy to find because you're in the system because they know who you are. So it sucks. If I had to bet, I don't think she gets deported. That's what I would if I had to bet. I say it's like a 60-40 she does not get deported. That's what I would assume. Now the guy has a GoFundMe up. And target is $30,000. Now I don't know if I agree with this GoFundMe business, to be honest, because yeah, the Trump administration, they're evil for what they did, but do we need a GoFundMe every time something doesn't go right? Like seriously, I feel like the GoFundMe thing is getting abused, like every single time, whether it be something like this or if someone gets killed and oh, I gotta bury my son or my daughter, or I lost my cat, or I lost my job because I had a green shirt on, or I got caught up, I had a MAGA hat on, or I'm a minority supporter of Republic, or whatever the case may be. Like I'm a woman in distress. Like I'm just so sick of the GoFundMe's. Like it's just got way out of hand. The GoFundMe's got to stop. Like. It's just too much. Like, why do you need a GoFundMe? Like, seriously. Why do you need a GoFundMe? It's your wife. You guys knew she overstayed her visa. You got to have that handled beforehand. Even, I'm pretty sure there is a process where you have the option to take care of business before it expires fully. Like, who the hell waits to the last minute on something like that? Think about it. Like, it's almost like with your driver's license or your ID card. Okay, my shit's gonna expire this month. Let me handle that shit and at least have the process rolling before. Like, why wait till the last second? Why wait until after it expired to say, oh shit, we gotta go and take care of this? No, that's all on you. Why you want to GoFundMe? Why you need $30,000? Why do you ask us for $30,000 for? For what? Why? We ain't the ones that like the GoFundMe is crazy. Like it makes no sense. He says his legal fees on top of he says he needs $30,000. His wife is detained. This money would be used for legal support and the bond money for his wife. He says on top of that, legal fees could run towards 10 grand. But no, I don't know, man. I'm sorry. That's your issue. You're the husband. You're supposed to be taking care of your wife. That's your problem. Why is that everyone else's problem? Why come on. Like cut the bullshit, man. Let's cut it out. No. $30,000. No. Sorry. Not doing it. Don't I wouldn't give a dime. I wouldn't give a dime. Look, I feel bad for the wife. I really do, genuinely, but the GoFundMe stuff, come on. I feel like that's just too much. It's too much. So obviously, overstaying a visa is not a criminal offense, but it is an administrative violation of the law. The Trump White House has characterized all illegal migrants as criminals, even though immigration law is considered a civil matter. So even as individuals overstaying their visas, they are therefore an illegal immigrant residing in this country, and they are subject to deportation. This is according to Press Secretary Caroline Levitt. So they have already deemed every single person a criminal, even if you overstay your visa for 1 minute. If your visa expires at midnight and it's 12:01, you are now a criminal under the eyes of Caroline Levitt, who speaks for the White House. That's what she said. She said that back in January. And Trump agrees. Overstaying a visa can result in a 10-year ban from returning to the U.S., but if the immigrant's spouse is a U.S. citizen, it can be lawfully forgiven under a waiver of unlawful presence. So she's married, so maybe she'll get a waiver of unlawful presence. Who knows? Attorneys and advocates warn that anyone who isn't a legal permanent resident or U.S. citizen is now at risk under Trump administration. Obviously, that's why you don't take vacations in the middle of a manhunt of deportation, especially if you know that your visa expired and you're in the process of trying to get a green card. Why the hell would you leave and get on that plane or go through anywhere that has to deal with customs? Like, we're not dealing with smart people here. But you want us to give you 30 grand. No. ICE is really widening the net in a really chilling way in terms of who they're going after, says a senior policy analyst for National Immigrant Justice Center. People generally don't fit the people who fit the profile of who they pick up before being picked up. Yeah, because they're trying to hit the target number. That's why they have a wide net. They're widening the net because Trump wants these big giant numbers so he can parade them around to the media. Because everything to Trump is a show. He's trying to show his supporters who, remember, they said mass deportations now. This is what they want. They want mass deportations. And how do you mass deportate? You have to round up anybody and everybody, even more than criminals. Because the bottom line is most immigrants, all as a collective, as a whole, even the ones that are illegal, don't commit crimes. They just don't. That's why they're not on the radar. And if you come here illegally and you're trying to stay under the radar and you're working under the table at the restaurant or whatever job you're doing, you're not out committing crimes because you know that you want to stay off the radar of the government. So the last thing you want to do if you came here illegally is commit crimes where you can get caught. Besides the fact that, yes, entering the country illegally could be considered a crime, and in many cases it is, depending on how and where you interact. But I'm saying, as a general thought, if they snuck into America and went through that trip and paid all that money to get in, and then they start working and they're very unlikely to be out, committing crimes out in the open where they know they can get caught. So that's why you're not finding them. So the numbers are gonna look no different than usual. And so Trump was like, hey, we gotta beef these numbers up. What we could do? Go after everybody, even people who are here legally or trying to get cards. So she got caught up. So this comes obviously after Trump administration also deported a Ivy League doctor specializing in kidney medicine who was on an H-1B visa. Rasha Alawa was deported back to Lebanon over the weekend despite a court order ruling that she must stay in Massachusetts for 48 hours. So the court says she has to stay in Massachusetts for 48 hours. Trump administration is like, No, she don't. She's getting the fuck out. She's going. And she's an Ivy League doctor, specializing in kidney medicine. So if they said we don't even give a fuck, we don't care if we have specialized in cancer treatment. You get the fuck out. If they don't care about that, you don't stand a chance. You don't stand a chance. And I thought they wanted H-1B visas. Didn't they say that? Then Elon Musk was telling Trump that. I guess they haven't figured that part out yet. So Ivy League doctor specializing in kidney medicine who probably saved a bunch of people who make money that probably could afford her services. Yeah, we don't want you here. Get out. Thanks for saving lives, but we don't want you here. You gotta go. Go home. Get out. Go back to Lebanon. You go. So that's how cruel it's getting. That someone with those credentials don't even get a grace period. And then they say, screw the judge. Ignore the judge. It doesn't mean jack shit to me. Now, let's see what the comments are saying. I always love the comments. One person said, I love when stupid people screw themselves. Voted for Trump, you got your wife deported. You're going to pay more expensive for everything, and that's just the beginning. Get ready for 4 years in hell, brought to you by yourself. I got 5 thumbs up and 1 thumbs down. Another one said, there's an overlap between men who can't get a girlfriend in their own country and men who voted for this. Also an overlap between conservatism and people from abroad. Foreigners are the closest thing that comes to the way we were before the boomers. More like slaves than thieves. Slaves that rendered the master repellent to all senses. Foreign slaves are not even good for the master race itself. It is part of the reason why it is as unattractive as it is complacent. Okay. 4 thumbs down on that. I think no one knew what the fuck he was talking about. This one says, this whole article is misleading. She was in the country illegally, having overstayed her visa. There is no such thing as a W-2 visa. A W-2 is a tax withholding statement. It has nothing to do with immigration status. The fact remains she overstayed her visa and got caught thinking she would be safe on a domestic flight. Why do you people have to be so dishonest to try to make a point? That's interesting because W-2 is a tax form, a tax statement. Maybe they meant work visa. It is an independent from the UK, so maybe they misunderstood W-2. I think they meant work visa because there are work visas. Now I don't know if she was on a work visa, but maybe that's what they meant. But they just said W-2 because W-2 is a work statement. Paid her taxes, so I guess they linked that together. Who knows? But I mean, I don't think they was misleading. I think the article pretty much. Now I agree with the fact that they said she thought she was safe coming on a domestic flight. Yeah, that was stupid. Like you thinking that, even if you're in the process of trying to get a green card, you're traveling on a domestic flight thinking that you're gonna getting on a plane. Nowadays, like that was ballsy of you. You should have just stayed in the US and traveled to get a honeymoon. You could have went anywhere. You could have went anywhere. I mean, you're from a small town in Wisconsin. You probably could have had a great honeymoon in the nearest big city, right? They could have had a good time. Shit. He got exactly what he voted for. The fact that it is not what he wanted is irrelevant. Yeah, people in the comments they're saying exactly how they feel. What goes around comes around. Expect no sympathy. This person. GoFundMe page with a target of 30,000. Another MAGA looking for handouts. It got 12 likes. Oh my God. Yo, I I don't think this person. I don't think that guy thought this through. Because first of all, GoFundMe is not used by the right, so it's a left wing leading. Like more people on the left use it. I know people use it all over, but there was this big thing like a couple years back where everyone said, "Don't use GoFundMe because it's like more left leaning." So I don't know if this guy thinks he's really gonna get. Like if anyone looks up his story and they see that he's a Trump supporter, are they really gonna donate money to him? I don't know. I don't. I'd be shocked if he got the money. I'll look it up and see if he raised anything, but I'll be shocked if he got a couple grand. Like if he got $5,000, I'd be surprised. But Blind Pew, you thinking you got the good thinking there. Another person said they know who she is and where she came from. Burrell told the outlet they need to get the vetting done and not keep these people locked up. It doesn't make any sense. He was quoting, that's what the quote was in the article. Oh, the novelty of Trump supporters. He loves normal people like me. He wouldn't do anything to disadvantage me, surely. Oh, he's clowning him. I didn't realize the leopards would eat my face, says the man who voted for face-eating leopards. Yeah, the people are having fun with this. Like I said, I still feel bad for the lady, but I'm not giving you 30,000. But I kind of feel bad for her, at least at this point. Unless I need to really know like what was the grace period or the time in between the expired visa and you applying for the green card, if they even exist, right? Because that's the story coming from the husband and the article. And the article already said W-2 visas. So who knows if that's even a real thing? And if that's not real, and she never had a visa or even applied for anything, and she just laying around thinking that she was safe, then both of them are stupid. Her and the husband. Like what are you doing? Maybe he thought if he got married to her, she would be safe as a U.S. citizen, right? Because they have that, like people get married, they become citizens. I don't know. I just think that whole story is kind of fucked up, and I guess we'll find out more about that at a later date. I mean, shit. That's America for you. But So you have that story. You have the story with the lady and the doctor getting deported, the medicine doctor, kidney disease medicine lady. You got the alleged gangbangers, the alleged Venezuela gangbangers getting deported to El Salvador's prison. I mean, they're just shipping anybody and everybody that they just think want to be gone. And American citizens are not far behind, folks. We know that, and by the way, that cost $6 million to deport those few hundred people to that jail. $6 million out of the taxpayers' dollars that we all paying for, by the way. And it's gonna be a shitstorm. If one of them dies in there and they find out that they weren't a gang member, that's gonna be a terrible PR. Terrible PR. That's gonna be terrible. Like I said, they don't care. They don't care. So let me see what else we got. Oh man. People out there like blowing up Teslas and shit. Like, what's that about? Oh boy. What the fuck? Oh, stupid. We got all these rage bait videos on X every day. Hmm. They just be making up shit. Dude, I done saw like 5 different articles that just flat out lies. Oh wow. Did you see this? I don't know if this is real or fake. Some of these tweets are not real. But look at this tweet here. I just saw this. This is from MAGA Wendy. She says, I voted for Donald Trump to piss off liberals. It was really funny. I am worried that I will lose my Medicaid now. I have type 2 diabetes with diabetic retinopathy. Retinopathy. If I lose my health care, I won't be able to afford my meds and will lose my vision. I'm in tears. Please help me. So this is a Wendy MAGA lady. She's 73 years old. Who knows if that's real or not? But now they said the account doesn't exist. But there is a screenshot of the account right here. So apparently it does exist. Or it used to exist. Hugging 73. Oh yeah, it looks like a fake. Yeah, this might be a fake. We might have got duped. Cause that doesn't look like how it would look on an account. See, like, yeah, parody. Oh yeah, we got duped. Never mind. This someone made that up. Just to be sure, let me go to MAGA Lady 73. Well, she did put, I got harassed for voicing my opinion. I will file a police report if the online harassment continues. Yeah, that seems to be fake. That doesn't sound like something MAGA's people would say online. Let me see. Just to double check. She deleted her account. Oh, she deleted her account. Okay, so it is true. The account doesn't exist. She deleted it. So it might be true. True or not, they're laughing, whoever this is. Okay, one person said, "You guys actually create a fake account just to post this dumb shit." You know, it could be fake. It really could. All you gotta do is go to the archives. That'd be easy to find. So let's see. Let's go to the archives. We'll sell this right now, right here. Right now, right here. We'll go right to the archives and we'll look it up. And we'll find out if it's real or not. Let's go to the archives. The archives don't lie. We'll go right to the archives, folks. You can always find the archives. Deleted tweet. Let me see. Let me see. It's not a deleted tweet, but we'll find out right now. And it looks like no. Wait, hold up. I thought that was it. That was not it. According to the archives, Wayback Machine has not archived that URL because it probably did not exist. That's why. Because they always have. Yeah. And just so we know if it's true or not, we will I'll look up mine. I'll look up my account. Just so we can get so we can accuracy look, make sure we get the right. This page is available on the web. I don't know. I don't really see it. Yeah. Doesn't exist. That account appeared to not have existed in the first place, according to, at least according to the archives. Let me see. There's another potential site to look up. Wayback Archive is probably the best one, honestly. But what was it called again? I mean, I don't know why people don't just do this. It's an easy lookup. You can find it quick. If the tweets, anything with this tweet existed. Okay, it was loading. How long does it take? Loading. Oh, you guys can't even see what I'm looking at. Okay. It's loading. Did I put the right thing? Maybe I should do this. Might be better. I don't know. I don't think this actually works either. Let's get out of here. Let me go to another one. Where are we at? Event search. No. Yeah, I don't know. If I had to guess, I would say that it doesn't exist because even when you click like the latest and you try to look up the person's tweets, you can't. You can usually you can go back in time and find out stuff they said. Even if the account's deleted, you can still see tweets. It appears to be nothing. Oh, wait. Hold up. There is a tweet. There isn't. There was an account. Why should we give you the concern? Oh, okay. So the account does exist. It did exist. There was an account called MAGA Lady 73. According to that URL right there. That's it. But now the post has been deleted. As you see, it says, sorry, that post has been deleted. This page doesn't exist. But that is the URL, the status, and the post. Now, if we can find that in the way back, let me go to the way back. Maybe now I can be able to find it. Old tweet finder. But if it's deleted, you might not be able to find it. That's the problem. You might not be able to find it. Yeah. Shit. Go to the way back. Yeah, see? It's hard to get it. But the account does exist because the link wouldn't be there if it wasn't a real account. So at least we got that. So at least we confirmed it. Now, just because the account exists, that doesn't mean that it's an actual real person. It could be one of them bot accounts or stupid troll accounts, the meme accounts that make up shit. But then why would the person delete the page and go away if they were a real person, if they were not real, right? Because the whole point of a bot account or troll account is to pretend to be something that you're not. So this person was so, I guess they got so much pushback, I'm assuming from the MAGA crowd, who said, shut up, granny, like, you don't know what you're talking about. You know one's going to take your Medicaid. You know, that no one you are not allowed to push back even an ounce against MAGA. You go 1 ounce against MAGA, they will destroy you. And she's 73 years old. She probably was scared as shit. She's like, oh my God, I can't believe what I did. I'm actually, you know. And that's how the cult stays in power. Like, they scare the bejesus out of the people who have any type of, you know, dissent, even if it's a little bit. You know? So they scared that lady off to the point where she deleted her whole account. And that's crazy. I mean, this is real shit, people. Like, it's not like I think that if you're on the outside looking in and you're probably figuring out, man, why would people be so enamored with this movement? Like, why are they so, like, because I'm pretty sure there's people there who are probably stuck. Like, they're probably like, damn, I can't get out of here. Like, I have to just stay around and survive. And there's probably people like this 73-year-old grandma who's like, you know, yeah, there's things that I like, and then it's like, now that if it starts affecting me, I don't want it, right? You see people coming out saying, yeah, we knew they were going to do this, but we didn't think we were going to be the ones to get caught up in it. We didn't think we were going to lose our jobs. We didn't think that we were going to be the ones to suffer. We thought they were just going to go after the black and brown people. That's what we thought. But we're getting hit too. And so now people are like, oh shit, like, they're still like, yeah, we still believe in the mission, but we just didn't want to be part of the sacrifice. Because when you're caught up in when you're caught up in the cult, the mission is still there. Like, it's not easy. Like, I see all these reports like, oh, people are turning this. People are not turning. People are just, they're not going to turn your way. Like, I'm telling you, when the revolt does happen, it's not going to be a good revolt. Like, I think the left, and I see like a lot of the Democrats and the left are online having like they're enjoying the FAAO, the leopards eat the face moment. They're enjoying it because they believe that they're owning the conservatives, the same way like the conservatives were owning the libs during the Biden term, when they would say, "Oh, we're owning the libs." So this is their version of owning the libs, but in reverse. And they think this is some great thing, like, oh well, like how you seen some independents or left-leaning people who voted for Trump in 24, or because they, whether it be economy or immigration or just things that they cared about in their communities. When the MAGA finally wakes up and revolts against this, whatever this movement is, because they didn't get what they want, they're not going to all of a sudden just say, oh, we're going to kumbaya and be friendly with the liberals. They're going to be even more angry, and they're not going to be on your side. What's going to happen is they're going to go either further right. So there's only one path for the MAGAs who are disappointed in Trump. When they get disappointed in Trump, whenever they decide to do, because it will happen at some point, they're not going to come left. They're going to go further right. Further right. So, and yeah, they'll leave Trump in the dust and find a new leader who's going to import this movement that they wanted. They targeted movement of keeping America from losing the white majority without touching any of their benefits or any of their whatever they wanted. That is going to be a shift to the right of Donald Trump. They're not going to somehow say, oh, well, since Trump screwed us, we're going to just come back over or be more liberal leaning or left. No, they're going to go further right because they're going to feel like Trump disappointed them. He didn't hold up to his promises in certain areas that we wanted, that they wanted, and we're going to look for someone who's going to do that. That's what's going to happen. And when that revolt happens, it's not going to be pretty, because there's probably someone behind the scenes now working that angle who's and you don't know who it is. No one knows because we're not over there. We don't see it. But there's someone over there. It could be someone similar to like not an Alex Jones, not Tucker Carlson, but someone that will gather a status like that from the far right and grab on to a crowd of people, right? All it takes for the right person to reach that crowd, much better than Trump. There's going to be someone younger, someone more charismatic, maybe more attractive, because the women generate the buzz, right? If you can get the women to follow you, other men will follow into that space. And as long as the women are willing to submit, of course, they have to submit. They can't be strong. There's a segment of the MAGA / right wing part of MAGA, because there's different. To me, I think there's different segments of MAGA. You got the extreme MAGA right wing part of MAGA, and then you got the more common sense, decent side of MAGA. And they're both tug of warring for like who should set the agenda. But the extreme part of the MAGA will win out in the long haul potentially, because they will be the ones to find a new leader when they're ready. There'll be someone that comes up and takes over the reins and say, hey, this is what we wanted, you didn't do it. They don't like all this shit. They're not really that cool with the LGBT. They're not cool with the brown and black people in the inside even the ones that they're cool with now, like yeah, they'll laugh with them and kumbaya and be like, oh yeah, that's funny, and they're okay with them when they want to call out, as long as they continue to like talk about black people and brown people. But if they ever was to criticize anyone that's not black or brown, then they would get the side out like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, no, right? And one of my examples of that is Rob. Remember Rob Smith, who was like deep into the MAGA stuff, right? He's always talking shit about like black culture, black people, constantly saying shit. And I think he tried to come out and say something, I guess, critical of either certain parts of the MAGA base. Like, I think and they were like, whoa, dude, you're out of line. You're out of line here. Like, we gave you a space. We already don't like you because 1, you're black, 2, you're gay. And now you have the nerve to say something about something that you shouldn't be talking about, right? So you have to notice, like, if you pay attention to the black MAGA people, and I'm going to tie this into what Don Lemon said, and Don Lemon got a lot of heat for this, but Don Lemon was actually correct. But for some reason, he got a lot of heat for this. But if you go and look at all of your most popular black conservatives, and you won't really see anything. Most of their critiques are about like black people, black culture, and make no mistake about it, there is a lot of things wrong with black culture in America today. It is, but that's the majority of their commentary for a large degree. There's really nothing of substance outside of that. And if they really, and yeah, they'll go after the rhino Republican here and there when it's okay and sanctioned. But for the most part, they are not allowed to really be critical of Donald Trump. If you notice, not one black Republican or black conservative that's in the MAGA space will ever question or be critical of anything Donald Trump does or says, unless they get the okay from one of the other influencers, that whether it be like maybe for Charlie Kirk or somebody like that came out and said something of a light criticism, then yeah, they'll get the green light. They'll be allowed to then give commentary, but they can't lead. They don't lead in any commentary of criticism on anybody unless they get the okay from the MAGA, I guess, lieutenants or the top dogs. First, they have to clear it with the base. Like, is it okay if am I critical on this? Can I commentary on that? That's why if you notice, like, a lot of their content is all the same. Like, all the top black conservatives, all their content are the same. Like, when it comes to commentary of issues, it's pretty much around the same stuff. They rarely go after. Mitch McConnell's an easy target because no one likes McConnell. McConnell's not MAGA, so he's easy target. Any of the non-MAGA conservatives, like, they won't be critical of Martin Taylor Greene. They won't even. Then they'll go after Bulbert a little bit if they're allowed to, but they won't go after Elon Musk, obviously. They rarely, and the only people that can be critical of other people that are MAGAs is you have to have the clearance. And the clearance, who has the clearance? Well, Laura Loomer has the clearance, right? Laura Loomer's allowed. As you see, she had beefs on social media where she goes back and forth with many of the MAGAs at times. And but no one else, others that like anybody who consider themselves a black conservative commentator, did not get in. If they do jump in, they'll usually take the side that's more the popular view. Whoever has the popular view, they'll jump on that side, say, yeah, that's right. You got to do this. You got to be that. They'll give light criticisms and they'll kind of walk off like a drive-by. but they won't really give you a true thought-provoking commentary on it. It's usually, if they do give it to you, it'll be more like making excuses on why something didn't happen. Like, oh no, this is not how it is. It's more like that. And it's pretty much typically a talking point that was handed down from one of the overlords from like the war room, or anybody who's at the higher echelon of the MAGAs. Because they understand, like, if you say anything out of order, if you criticize certain people, you're not going to make any money. Your whole career is going to be over. You won't make any subscriptions and TV appearances. You won't be called upon. None of that. You won't be invited to the parties. Right? You won't get invited to the parties if you're even critical of anything. Even if you believe that is wrong, you can't even say it. You're not allowed. You will never sell another t-shirt on your channel if you even think about criticizing the Lord and Savior. Do you understand, right? That's pretty much, like, there's a pledge. And as I segue into the pledge, there's a separate pledge that that the black MAGAs, the black conservatives, have to take in order to survive. It's true. Like, the thing is, like, what Don Lemon said was actually, he was not that far off. And of course, you could say, well, Don Lemon doesn't have the right to say that. I think Don Lemon does have a right. I think he's in a good position to make that criticism, being that he himself was a former black conservative. He was never a black MAGA, but he was a black Republican, and used to be cheered on by Republicans at one point in time for his comments against the black community. Going back to what I said before about how if you're black and you're Republican and you say and you have high criticisms of the black community, black culture, you will be celebrated and accepted. That's your point. That's your base point. That's what you're only here for. You're not here for political commentary against anybody else unless they're a rhino or approved to have commentary against. Your main point is to degrade and downgrade and make sure people know that black culture is bad, is evil, and it's a second-class citizen compared to white culture. That's your only job here. You do that, you can make as much money as you want. But the minute you criticize our leaders or even question what our leaders are doing, then we have a problem. Then we're going to put you back in your place. Then we got to let you know that you are not on our level. You're not with us. Yeah, you have your following. You have your little channel. We can crush it at any time. We can destroy you. Right? So that's pretty much the pledge and the threats they get. And you better do what we say or else. And being that many of them don't have nowhere to go because they're either too square, I say that with quotations, to be accepted in the black culture space, because black people could spot a fake or a phony in these community spaces. They will call it out. Or they just feel like they just don't want to be, maybe they hate themselves to a degree. So they don't try to come back over or even come over. Because many of them don't even come from the culture that they denigrate on a daily basis on these platforms. Yeah, they may be black in skin color, but they may not have grown up or even been part of said culture that they are now degrading in a conservative space because they might have grown up in a different setting. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you grew up in better surroundings and you were able to, afford yourself to school and have a good life, that's great. The goal is that everybody should have that goal, but everything doesn't happen perfectly in life. Some situations are different. So people don't always have that luxury. So, but in many cases, those usually be the people who have the most opinions against something that they really don't understand or know. And like I said, there's many issues and problems just like in many communities across the country, when it comes to culture or backgrounds or upbringings that you can criticize or talk about, but it is a high focus on denigrating black community at the expense of making money. And you can't really do that with nothing else. You can't make money degrading the rural, poor white people. There's no money in that. No one cares if you sat there and degraded. Oh, look at those hicks or those rednecks in those small towns doing meth all day or fentanyl. No one cares. That doesn't move the needle. No one gives a shit. You can find videos. You can go around taking videos of them hanging out in their communities doing that, and no one will give a shit because that doesn't move the needle. No one gives a fuck, and no one's gave a fuck about that community for a long time, which is why you able to get someone to come in and say, "Hey, I'm for you. I'm with you," because no one saw them, and that sucks. And the Democrats should take heat. They need to take ownership of neglecting these type of communities over the decades. For whatever reason, I don't know why they did it, but they did. And so they have resentment towards the government hating them and want to destroy their communities, just like they destroy inner cities. But of course, the inner city culture gets more play and criticism because people are actually making money off it, whether it be to degrade it, to talk shit about it, or to use it to build a empire like these record labels do when they pull these kids out of the cities and say, hey, rap about this and talk about that and degrade your women, or tell a woman to twerk her butt on TV and we'll pay you X amount of dollars. So there's money to be made in the degeneracy of black culture in America, as well as whether it be criticizing it or participating in it itself. And other groups have also made money participating in it, like white girls, young white women, some Latina women, and other different groups of women who get Americanized and start participating in said culture. Because, believe it or not, black culture moves the needle. It actually holds a lot of weight in America. Like, it shifts generations. There are a lot of kids in the suburbs, white kids, all type of kids that are bumping and dancing and rocking hip hop all across the genre. You go to many parties, whether it be suburbs or the inner cities, and they're bumping the latest hip hop tracks. And so there is a resentment amongst certain groups of people that say, hey, I don't want my kids into that. I don't want my country is going to be taken over by that type of stuff. Because you got to remember, those kids in 5-10 years are going to have children and they're going to pass down whatever they learned. They may end up mixing and matching and having babies with different backgrounds. And those kids are more likely to mingle and have jungle fever. And that's something that could ultimately make the white race a minority. And that's a danger that these people do not want. They do not want to become a minority. And so that's why they go hard and they have a strong attitude towards the black culture. Like I said, there's many issues with black culture, and I understand the type of issues that people have with it. And look, and some of that resentment, whether it be because they just want to protect whiteness or they really have a genuine concern about degeneracy being promoted across America, there is a legitimate. I agree with the degeneracy part. I don't fully agree with the white part of it, obviously, because I'm not white. But the degeneracy part of it, there is some merit there when it comes to concern. I mean, I would be concerned too. Like, probably if I was a white person in America and I saw a country that I known to be mostly white start to turn the opposite way and being struck or I don't know, dominated or promoted with degeneracy to a degree, like, because it's not like we're promoting the best of black doctors, or like we're not promoting them. They are out there. There are plenty of black doctors and black nurses and black surgeons. There's all type of great black leaders, but they don't get any airtime, or no one cares about what they do, because there is a monetary. You can't make money off of that. You can make money off of degeneracy. So so you have to go back and figure out who is the one that's pushing this. It's not black. The black person, the average black person, is not the enemy. And if you can redirect your hatred and actually stick it to the right people, and I think it's some kind of cabal, corporation, or some type of entity that wants to see a divided America and wants to see people at each other's throats and wants to overhaul the country to be less educated so they can control the populace. That ain't black people. They're not your enemy. And oftentimes, a lot of these white people look at the black people as, oh, that's my enemy, because they're the ones who are pushing this stuff. Well, no, black people have zero control over any of this stuff. They don't have any type of control on this type of behavior. They're surviving in many cases just like everyone else. They're being put in positions where, everyone, when you tell a group of people that they can't, they're dumb, they're stupid, they're not as good as you because they don't have to share your skin color, they're gonna relegate to survival of what is put in front of them, whether it be music, sports, street life, or whatever. They're gonna pick a lane and go with it. And so I think, honestly, when you try to eliminate, society, try to eliminate the norms, or say, hey, we don't want this, it's not good. You have to balance it out. You got to get out of your, look, I get it. You don't want a white minority, but at the same time, do you still want do you want a country that is going to go backwards for the worse? Right? I think that you have to understand that we're not in the 1920s anymore, and it's not going to be the same even if you got what you wanted. It's going to be a lot different. People have access now. People know more stuff. Back then, people were not as educated. I mean, those black people couldn't read. They couldn't write. And then when they finally did, they fought back and they got their rights. So if you're trying to dumb down this population, hoping that we can get them as dumb as they were back then we can control them. But you got to also remember, they're doing the same thing to you as a white person, as white people. That's why they neglect the rural areas. That's why the most conservative areas in the country are neglected. And you're looking at it as neglect, as, oh, they're leaving us alone, less government. No, they're neglecting you on all levels, not just the government when it comes to education or economics, healthcare. There's neglect across the board. And when there's a neglect that far across the board that's affecting rural areas and urban areas, you're going to have two uneducated populations of white people and black people. And when two people are both uneducated, you get back. And when I say, I'm not saying like stupid, I'm just saying like uneducated as far as like, whether it be politically or understanding the issues or just being easily manipulated or brainwashed, you get back to the days where whites and blacks hated each other. But the difference here is that the whites and blacks who hated each other back then, because of like, it was a clear level of who was on top, right? It was clear as day that the whites were the superior, even the poor whites were the superior. Today, that ain't the case. When they separate us, there's another level, right? Because there were no billionaires and trillionaires, and back then, you had the white slave owners who were wealthy. You had the white people who were in charge, but the everyday white person had that same kind of power, especially when it came across another Negro. That's not going to be the same today because the higher up white person, who's the millionaire, billionaire, don't give a shit about your poor white ass any more than they care about the poor black person. You're in the same boat. The only difference is that they convinced you to side with them because they say, hey, you must side with us. We have your back. But they don't have your back. That's the thing. Back then, yeah, they had their back because that was part of the thing. It was part of whites only, blacks here, whites there. They had your back then because they were much closer to you. They had a few more dollars, but they were much closer to you. Today, the average billionaire, white billionaire, has nothing in common with the white rural guy, the poor, or even the farmer or the guy who lives in his small town raising his family. He doesn't care about you. He'll screw you just as fast as he'll screw a black person. And if you don't have money, you ain't valuable. That's why they so easily can come in and cut this and cut that, because they don't see any of us as value. None of us is valuable to these people at all. None of us are valuable to these people at the top of the ticket. None of us are valuable. None of us. And you have to understand that. Like, what's taking you so long to get that? Why is it taking you so long to figure that out? You still think this is black versus white. Many of you on the right wing believe that, and you go about your life that way. You believe that this is black versus white or right versus left. You still think this is. That's why every time you guys are online say, "Oh, you're a liberal, or you're a Democrat, or you're far left," you still think this is left versus right. You're not even close to understanding you don't even have understanding a fraction of what's happening here. You're so far behind that, and this by design. They purposely want us far behind. They purposely want us so far behind that we don't see what they're doing, that we can't keep up with them because we don't have time. Who has time? We have to work or school, families. Only thing we know is whatever our echo chamber and our algorithm tells us. That's all we get. And we take that and we go and argue with our friends, our families, our strangers online. There are people that are dedicated their lives to argue online with other strangers about politics. Like think about how psychologically damaged you might be that you would spend your time arguing in a chat with another stranger or in the comment section for another stranger over politics. Over just something that, because you don't like what they believe in or you think differently. Oh, you're a liberal. Oh, you're conservative. Oh, you're a MAGA. Oh, you're this. Everything is a label. And nothing wrong with labels, because labels are necessary at times to be able to understand someone's point of view. But instead of like the name calling or the attack, sometimes it's good to have a conversation to understand where the person's coming from. And I think it's good to do that. You know? I think it's as important to understand the point of view from a black person living in the inner city, just as important as understanding the point of view of a white person that lives in the rural areas, and vice versa. Because there could be a black person that lives in rural, and I know that because I've seen it. I've lived in rural, so I know. And then there's white people who live in inner cities. So different groups of people who have different settings, and think about that. the difference is not skin color or background or nationality, or more so of experiences and class. Like whether you make a lot of money or you don't. Class is always going to be the top divider. That's how the difference is. And once we figure that out, they're not going to be able to screw us anymore, because they're going to say, okay, we all know that we're all getting screwed. Right, left, black, white, poor, middle class. We're all getting screwed. Every single day. It doesn't matter what's happening, but when they made people get addicted or support for a man, like to prop someone up, a politician or someone who's running for office, like they are Jesus. And that's all part of the conditioning of keeping the country divided. Because you are never, ever supposed to be that enamored by someone who is in politics. Because politics in nature is a corrupt business. It's a corrupt business where you have to be a crook. You have to be nasty. You have to do some real shady shit in politics to even get shit done. And that's if you want to get shit done for the people. If you don't, and if you want to be a self-serving person, you got to do even more heinous shit. So you should never be attracted to someone who holds the office of the presidency or any politician, because even if you believe that you vote for someone because you say, okay, this person is closer to what I want, you always have to be willing to hold them accountable when they do wrong. And when a politician that's elected knows that they will never be held accountable, they will stop serving the people. Plain and simple. That's how it's always been. It doesn't matter who's in office. It doesn't matter what party. As soon as the people that support them stop holding them accountable or won't hold them accountable, they have no need to serve you. They will serve themselves. And that's what you got to think about. And this is why you cannot go in with you can't follow a politician like a cult following. And that's the biggest mistake that the MAGA movement is going to face. They're going to have to come and face at some point. Once, I don't know when it will happen, is that when you made Trump the face of your movement, that's when you're going to when you realize, or you should have realized, that you wasn't going to get what you want. You're not willing to hold him accountable. He's never been held accountable. There was a small accountability during COVID. Very small booing that he got. And if you want to even call that accountable, I wouldn't call that accountability. When he got booed slightly, I think in Alabama over the COVID stuff. When he said something about when he was promoting the vaccine. But it wasn't even a strong accountability, because even after that, he continued to promote the vaccine. Now, I don't know. I'm not making a vaccine thing here. I'm not saying which side was right on the vaccine. I'm just saying that was an issue that was very important to many people. And even Trump knew that. That's why he brought RFK in to try to win back those voters that might have neglected him over that, because they were upset about that. So he tapped RFK Jr., hey, come on over, because we can get all those people to come back who was going to vote for RFK. over the vaccine issue alone. That's how big it was. So he cleaned that up. He's like, oh, RFK, come on. And remember, he didn't want RFK before, but he knew people wanted him. And Tulsi Gabbard became very popular. The right wingers don't know shit about Tulsi Gabbard. They just know that she says some good stuff. You know, she's well spoken, and she used to be with the Democrats, and she neglected them, so they liked her because she crossed over. And they liked her so much that she was being pushed for VP. It didn't happen, obviously. They went with J.D. Vance, and then they gave her a DNI. But if you were really a conservative or really hold true to conservative values or whatever, she would be nowhere near DNI. A lot of people who are in these positions would be close. Now, we know Trump is not a real conservative, so that wouldn't surprise me from the outside looking in that the people that he picked for his cabinet. Because these are the faces, right? So Trump works in different type of ways. He has the face of his movement, like the face of his administration, people who look good, people who present a distraction, but not enough of a distraction that will overtake him, right? So you can't be the party. He is the party, but he will have a cast of characters, kind of like The Apprentice, right? Trump's administration is The Apprentice in a nutshell. He has all the different cast of characters, right? Cash Patel, FBI Director, Pam Bondi, Attorney General. You got the DNI, Tulsi Gabbard. All these people are known people, right? Known within the MAGA movement. That's what's important. Known people within the movement. Cash Patel, Pam Bondi, Fox News. Fox News was central casting, of course. That's where they all got their tryout. Remember Tulsi Gabbard she did a fill-in for Tucker at times on Fox News, and Pam Bondi would make appearances on Fox News. Pete Hegseth obviously was a host on Fox News. The list goes on and on and on. That was like central casting for Trump's next administration. Who looks good on camera? Who looks good at a press conference? Who can convince the people when we're full of shit to get by? And that's how it works out. So then the real workers are behind the scenes. The Stephen Millers, those type of guys, they're all behind the scenes. Yeah, Stephen Miller will make appearances on TV now and again to, give his commentary on stuff. But he's doing a lot more shit behind the scenes. He's like a pit bull. A scary motherfucker. He doesn't look scary, but he's scarier than he looks. And so you see those are the people behind the scenes. So Trump he has everything departmentalized in different areas. He just knows he's working it as a guy who runs a business, right? He's the CEO of Trump Internet organization. He's running the government, his administration, like he's running Trump organization. It's pretty much Trump organization, but Trump administration, right? That's how he's running it. Everyone's in their own spot. Plus, you got his cabinet members or the apprentice, right? They're pretty much the apprentice or the cabinet secretaries. Linda McMahon, TV person. They all know how to look good on camera. They all know how to present themselves on camera, which is very important to Trump because you got to be able to bullshit on camera. You got to be able to lie at a drop of a dime. You got to be able to say shit and potentially clean it up later, or be able to say it in a way that could be cleaned up later if they need to. It's almost impressive in a way if it wasn't the fact that it was the federal government and people weren't being screwed and getting fired. But so it's all orchestrated. And but the bottom line is the goal is never about the people, but they pretend it is. Oh yeah, we're here to serve you. We're here to serve the people. No, you're not. Right? They're not here to serve us. They don't give two shits about us. They're all rich. They're all wealthy. They're all worth 6-7 figures. Right? You think they care about us? No, they don't. They don't care about us. Now, think about this for a second. During COVID, all the rich fuckers made trillions of dollars, right? They made the most wealth ever during COVID. Coming out of COVID, they're still making money, right? Because things cost so much. Yeah, inflation was high as hell and things were high, costs were up, but people were still spending money. So they got fatter, their wallets got bigger. Coming out of COVID, during the Biden administration, all these fuckers got so rich and wealthy. Then they turn around and say, well, we need more money. We're not rich enough. And Trump's going to give us these tax cuts that are going to be so big that we're going to make even more money. Yeah. So they already made a ton of fucking money. And they want to make even more money. But then they convince you to scream and cry because minimum wage went up $1. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? They raised the minimum wage $1 more? Yeah. Oh, my burger now is going to cost $30 because they gave these fools a 50-cent raise. But that whole time, the corporations have made trillions of dollars. They were making record profits across the board. But they convince you, the conservative, to be mad because a 50-cent to $1 raise was going around at different locations. They wanted you to be so pissed off about that, but not pissed off at the fact that the corporations made record profits. Trillions of dollars were being passed on to them. And they weren't even thinking about, oh, let's make things cheaper. Let's treat our workers well. Let's do right by them. No. They got greedier. Yeah, they raised they raised wages $1 or $2. State wages went up in different states. So companies were like, oh, well, we're going to have to close 5 stores. No, they closed those stores because they mismanaged their money that they were bringing in. They were using the money to buy back stocks instead of treating their employees better. So they had to close the stores. They didn't take care of their stores. They didn't provide security for those stores. That's why they were getting robbed. You don't think they were, people coming in to steal everything. Don't touch them. Don't try to stop them. It's all insured. Yeah, record profits, record insurance claims. That was fattening the pockets of the fat cats. And they get tax breaks coming up. Because we were still under the Trump tax cuts, so they get even bigger cuts in the next administration. Right? But these greedy politicians, all of them, left and right, love the tax cuts. That's why when Biden took office, he kept the tax cuts in place. Because he loved them so much, just like the rest of the greedy fuckers. Just like the rest of them. Oh, yeah. Biden's friends, hey, yeah, we know. We're going to need you to keep those tax cuts in place. Don't try to move them, but we like them. We're making a lot of money. We want more money. Right? We want more money. So Trump comes back and says, hey, I know we got the tax cuts in place and you're doing pretty well, but I got even bigger ones coming if you donate to my campaign. Oh, yeah? How much more you got? Well, we can bring it down to 15% if you want. Shit, we can go to 10. We can do anything. I can do whatever I want. I got full immunity. Oh, yeah? Shit. How much you need? Here's a check for $100 million. Here's $50 million. Here's $75 million. You going to make it happen? Oh, we want you back. You good for the big balls. You good for business? You good for business? I know Joe. Joe hooked us up. Look, we made a lot of money out of Joe Biden, but he half sleep. You awake and you want to make us more money. So we like you now. We like you again. We didn't like you after January 6th, but we like you now. We love you now. You want some more of that money? We got another check for you. I got $50 million coming next week to the PAC. Is Elon Musk? How much is Elon Musk donating? He got an American PAC. Oh, I'm gonna write a check over there to Eli. How much you want, Mr. Musk? I got $75 million. Just make sure I get a meeting with Trump at the big table. Okay? I want a first class seat down in Mar-a-Lago. We got a lot to talk about. We need some tax cuts. All right? So you see, so all that's going on. But ain't none of this is about us, for the people. We getting screwed out of the whole thing. So then they go, yeah, I'm gonna do a job for you guys. I'm gonna hook you up with the tax cut, but I'm gonna need you to do something for me because my base been itching about this. They a little concerned about this DEI thing going on. This is getting a little too dark up in here. You get what I'm saying? We're gonna need you to cut that down a bit. Can you? I know you promised after the George Floyd thing. I know you had a little proposition going on where you want to do right by those communities, but my people, my MAGA people, they ain't gonna be happy with that. And if you come on board with the MAGA train, you're gonna have to give. I'm gonna need something back in return. I'm gonna need you to reverse course on a lot of them on that money you promised them. Maybe instead of giving it to them, swing it over my way. And we're going to hit them tax cuts. We're going to get 10%. You want corporate tax cut 10%? We're going to get the jobs back here. We're going to make America great again. What you say? Do we got a deal? And of course, they're like, oh, sure, Mr. Trump, with anything you need, we don't want to mess with you. Done. Consider it done. No more DEI. All gone. We're going to get rid of everything. Everything gone. We even going to get rid of that diversity, equity position that we got going over there. Oh, come on. We can get rid of that tomorrow if you want. You're not even president yet. We'll get rid of it. Get rid of it for you. We'll show you. The election didn't even happen yet. We know you, even if you might, we know you're going to win, right? Because you tell us you're going to win. We'll get rid of it now. Just so to let you know that how serious we are about being on your side, Mr. Trump. Anything you said, Mr. Trump, sir? And then they go, oh. One by one, companies are gone. See, they were already getting rid of that stuff before the executive order came in. Because remember, Trump hadn't been elected yet. They were already talking about getting rid of it. Right? They all say, oh, we're knocking this down. We're knocking that down. We're getting rid of that. We're getting rid of this. Gone. And then when Trump comes in, he puts executive order saying, DEI all out, gone. Everybody's gone. So that was part of the plan. And DEI, right? Because a lot of the MAGA people think DEI would just like get rid of black people. No, your sisters and your aunties and your nieces all lost their jobs too because they were women, and DEI was a big proponent of making sure women got jobs. And look, MAGA don't care about that. The conservative, right wing, they don't care that white women lost their jobs because the ultimate goal was for white women to be in the kitchen barefooted anyway, making babies, because they got to keep the population going. They can't make babies and be barefooted if you're out trying to conquer the world. White women, right? The last thing we want you to do is be at an office late at night with Tyrone or Enrique. No, you need to be at home waiting for Tommy or Billy or Joey to come back from his hard day at work and had that meal ready and my beer ready so I can sit at the couch and watch the football game. That's what you need to be doing. Feeding a baby. Popping out more babies. So, and that's all part of the culture fight, because that's, believe it or not, white women are very important to maintaining and disrupting culture crossover, right? When it comes to mixing and matching, right? They don't want white women even looking in the direction or be looked at by a black man. That's why they cringe when they see a black athlete, I mean, they're not the only ones that cringe. Black people also cringe in some cases. Black women do. But when a black male athlete is, dating or in a relationship, starting a family with a white woman, that crushes their soul. Especially if they have a family with them, right? It's like, damn, that's another white person that could have been having a white baby, instead went out and had a Negro baby. Because this is a fight for the majority, so that angers them. Oh, some of them will admit it, some of them won't, but it angers them. Not again, especially if it's a wealthy black athlete. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, someday, yeah, though, she can leave him and take his money and go off somewhere else. Yeah, that can happen. But likely once they start dibbling in the dark, they are considered poison, right? And this translated across the board. Even asked them about the industry when they in the adult film. Once they start doing adult films, like when the white women start doing adult films with black actors, they're no longer wanted. They're considered used goods. Now they can't go back, and their value goes down. They need to the white men on the right wing, and the white women's value is already low anyway because they're women, just from that standpoint. But it gets even lower if they're seen to be in a relationship with a black man, mostly. Even other men too, but black men specifically, because that's probably the worst in their eyes that they can do. Like if you get in a relationship with a well-educated Asian guy or a well-educated Hispanic guy, you might be able to get away with it. It may be okay to a degree. Depends on where their politics are, but black man, even if the black man has the right politics, it is still not going to be looked frowned upon. It's still going to be, I don't think so. Not cool. Especially if they're in their baby making age phase. Now, if they meet like years later, like if the white woman's like 40 and the black man's 45 and they're conservative, okay, they'll be celebrated and cheered upon and be cool. But, if the white girl's 19, 20 and black dude's 25 and he's putting babies in her, even if he's a black, they got married, had children the right way, and he was conservative, they would be okay, but they would not be okay. They wouldn't like it. They would not like it. They're behind closed doors, especially if she was like really attractive. They would not like it. Because anything that would stop the extension of, the majority would be a problem. And like I said, I understand that, honestly. Like, I get that. Like, I really do. Like, I don't agree that there should be some hatred towards it, but I understand the thought process behind it. I understand the why. Like, okay, that is kind of concerning, because I would feel the same way. But so all of this is connected. DEI, the birth rates, the cultural criticism of black culture, all of it is connected in its own way. It all connects of the viewpoint of far right wing views on how they believe America should be and not be. And white women are in the center of it, believe it or not. They are the heads of this monster. Because if white women decide to be independent and have their own way and be, I guess, more free thinking and more open to their thoughts and their bodies, they will explore. They'll either explore to homosexuality, or they'll explore to dabbling in the dark. One of the two would likely happen. And that's something that is not good for conservatism and whatever their plans are for maintaining their majority. So you gotta how do you counter that? Well, of course you go with you deport all the brown people, all the illegals. You claim all black men are criminals and evil and bad. They're gonna rape you and they're gonna kill you, and they're not smart. They're low IQ. Blah blah blah. Like you just have to keep saying that stuff over and over and scare the bejesus out of white women to hopefully not want to be in the same room with someone who's not white and be comfortable, right? And look, that is very true in many cases. And that's not even independently just a white female conservative thing too. White liberal women have those similar thoughts about minority men when they see them or not see them in certain areas where they have to either hold their purse tighter or make sure they cross the street faster or avoid multiple black men in one area if they're walking down the street. Like that's the thought process that creeps up in probably most white women's minds in many big cities because of what either the news, television, music, maybe they had an experience themselves or they knew someone that experienced it, and they get that told a lot. Probably seen it. They probably heard it. And many of them don't think that because a lot of them want to be more, I guess, woke, I guess they call it. And they don't want their women to be woke because when they're woke, they're not going to stay in line. And that's the whole war against wokeness. Yes, there is an anti-black part of that, but it's also we don't need you white women getting to want to be superheroes. We don't need you to be social workers. Stay your ass home, make babies, do what we say. All right, that's how they thinking. They're like, hey, we don't need you out here trying to save the world. You don't need to go save them. All right, white women did that back. They used to go and teach black men, the black slaves, or the not slave, because I think slavery was over by then, but when segregation was still going on before they ended it, white women used to go down and teach black men or black people how to read because the black people didn't have any schooling or they just got out of slavery, so they were still trying to find their way and they didn't have access. So the white women, some white women used to come and travel, and then they used to get raped by white men, and they would blame it on black men. And then they would go hunting for black men and find black men and hang them and shit. Because they'll say, oh, you raped our women, blah, blah. You got to be hung and punishment, no court, no trial. They just say you did it. That's the end of it. You couldn't even look at a white woman. They kill you for it. You even think about eyeballing her. You're dead. And that's just the times that we were in, and they want to go back to those times. Many people do. Because that's where the control comes in at. They can't have that control today. And that's the issue. And that's why they have a slight disdain for some white women. Or women in general, because they can't control that. Because those women want to be free. They want to do what they want. They want to be able to have their own independence. So it's going to be really hard. It'll be really hard to do that. But there is a time. There is a potential movement where they could definitely enslave all of us, including the white people who believe that somehow they are exempt. And I think watching what's going on now is a clear example of you're not exempt for what could happen. You don't have any privilege, right? You don't have the luxury to escape corruption and evilness. You're in the same web as the rest of us. If you don't have enough money, you're fucked. That's it. That's just it. You don't got money, you ain't in the party. This is a pay for play. You want to come to America? Give me $5 million, right? That's what was the gold card. $5 million, you get to skip the line. Give me $5 million, you get to become a citizen. Who has $5 million fucking dollars? Who has $5 million laying around? Who's making that kind of money to where they would be? You think anyone who's escaping poverty, escaping violence or persecution has $5 million laying around? If they had that kind of money, they probably wouldn't be in a bad spot in their own country. They'd probably be living pretty damn good. They'd probably be controlling things. They probably have access. They probably have connections if they had $5 million to just throw away. Right? So when he says $5 million for the gold card, he's not talking about the people who are escaping poverty, the people who are working migrants. He's not talking about them. See, so this, look, you don't have to believe anything that I'm saying. All you gotta do is just watch. That's all. Just watch. Just listen. Just hear. He tells you out of his own mouth. He says it. And that's the one thing about Trump that we have to admire, is that he's gonna tell you exactly what's going on. He's gonna say it exactly. What you hear, what you see. He may lie about the details. He may not do everything exactly like he says. But if you want to know, if you ever question if you were cared about as a regular citizen, America first, patriot if you call yourself that, there is no America first in anything that's been happening right now. Not America first. It's disguised that way. Oh, we're deporting kitchen workers and construction workers and alleged gang members because we're America first. So it sounds good on the surface. Oh yeah, it sounds great. Yeah, America first. But is it America first? Is it really? Because America first would be due process. That's America first. America first is due process. If it's not due process, it's definitely not America first. I don't see how that's America first. Taking away, stripping away the Constitution, ignoring courts, is that America first? Though America stood on principle, though America stood on the rule of law, the process of America, the system. That's America first, right? Diversity is America. How could it be America first to purge all people that are black and brown out the government? That's not America first. That's white first. So now, so if you saying, okay, well, America first is white first. Okay, though, if that's your mindset, then say that. Then why hide it? Why hide behind the American flag or the symbol of America first or patriotism if that's not what you really mean? Just say exactly what you mean. Then we all can just go along and go about it the way we go about it. Don't hide behind the American flag. Is America first firing veterans? Kicking veterans out the government jobs? I thought we cared about veterans. I thought we were supposed to be the party of veterans. Is that America first? I don't know. That doesn't seem like America first to me. Disrespecting the vets who served this country, died in limbs, lost limbs and sacrificed, fighting for a war of a bunch of corrupt, evil fucks. Think about it. Those veterans and look, I feel for the vets, but I have a strong criticism of anyone who's quick to sign up to join the armed forces to serve at the pleasure of corrupt oligarchs. You're going to die for a bunch of greedy corporations to get rich off a potential war, right? Because you die if you get killed in enemy territory and they want to go to war for you, and all those military contractors get fat wallets and make a lot of money off of you. You died. You sacrificed your life because they take you as a soldier. They train you, put you in a war zone, serve you up as the bait. You get killed, you get captured. That's an act of war going after a military U.S. soldier. Then they go, hey, we got 50 million new contracts. Hey, I want one. I want one. We want to make money, weapons, blah, blah, blah. It's all a game. You want to know the biggest con that's staring you right in the face, conservatives? The Ukraine-Russia war. And you've been part of it the whole time. You played a huge role, believe it or not. You've played a role and you've gotten paid pretty well doing it. You want to know how they got paid well doing it? I'll tell you how. So you know how they keep approving money to go over there to Israel, to Ukraine, but they don't actually send cash to Ukraine, as we all know. I think we all know this by now, even though some people still continue to say it. They don't send pallets of cash to Ukraine. What they do is they go hit up their old buddies who make the weapons at the factories, in the warehouses, all those contractors that donate to the politicians. Hey, I'll donate to your campaign. You make sure that money goes back. You approve more funding to Ukraine so our companies, our warehouses can keep making guns. Then we send the guns over there. But we need that money. Yeah, let's do it. It's a racket that both parties are involved in. Not just one. It's not just the Democrats, as you guys love to use. The Democrats are the Ukraine heist and the money. Yeah, you're right. It is a heist. But it ain't the Democrat heist. It's a corrupt politician heist on both parties. They're all involved. Even your favorite politician that you love and you think is for the people, the America first. Yeah, America first, my ass. They're all involved. And a lot of those warehouses, a lot of those factories where those guns and those weapons are made, a lot of those places are in red states. Who works there? I'm pretty sure a lot of those people that work there voted Republican. So a lot of you conservatives made a lot of big chunk of money working in them fucking weapons factories, helping making those weapons that were being shipped off to Ukraine to help Ukraine fight a war against Russia, where Ukraine soldiers are dying, Russia soldiers are dying. So American oligarchs, and I'm assuming others, get rich and wealthy off those contracts, those weapon contracts, from those private military corporations who are making a shit ton of money. Right? All those weapon companies, Lockheed Martin, all those places are getting paid off the backs of dead foreign soldiers, using Americans to make the weapons and to work in those factories. Many MAGA conservatives working in those factories in those red states, making good chunk of money. Then they get online and complain about the money being sent to Ukraine, but you just came from working at one of the factories that made the weapons. We have a weapons factory right down the block from my house. And we're in this, I consider my area pretty, slightly conservative, big conservative leaning. A lot of people that work in that factory down the street, many of them are Trump supporters, Trump voters. And they let it be known with their trucks and their flags. And they gladly work in that factory every day making those weapons, those bullets. A lot of that shit go right out to Ukraine. I'm pretty sure most of it did. And so we all pay for it. We all helped in this war. We all made the weapons. We all made money from it. You either made money from it or you paid into it, but you all was involved in some way. So think about that when you're online talking about cash or money being shipped off to Ukraine. No, your labor was shipped off to Ukraine. You helped. You helped create those weapons. You were part of the machine. You participated in the Ukraine war for Ukraine. You helped Ukraine. I didn't hear nobody boycotting working in the factories, right? If you really cared about aid and stopping the money, you would have said, you know what? We're not going to work. We will not show up to that factory and work and help build those weapons to be shipped off to Ukraine. Not with our money, not with our tax dollars. We won't do it. You all should have boycotted. You all should have stopped working. You all should have went on strike. But you didn't. Because you like money just like the rest of them. You love it. You had to take care of your families. And look, I'm not saying you should have did it. I mean, you should have, but I don't blame you for not doing it because you probably didn't know. Many of you don't know. Right? It's not like they advertise it. Oh, yeah, today you're going to be working on these weapons that's going to go out to Ukraine. No, you just figure this is another day at work. Some of you don't even know those warehouses you're working in are connected to those big because they don't advertise it out front. It doesn't say name of the big weapons company, whatever the company it is. It doesn't say it on the warehouse. It's just a warehouse. It may be under a different name, but they're run. If you do the research and you peel back the onion, a lot of those warehouses that you work for are connected to the large corporations that buy Congress and tell them, hey, you need to pass that aid so we can continue to have business. Business is booming. Stock prices are up. Americans are making those weapons for us and we're shipping them right off to Ukraine. But you're only focused on one half of it. And it's easy to say, oh, Ukraine's the bad person. Zelensky's a fool. He's dumb. Blah, blah, blah. That's the misdirection. That's how they get you to pay attention to something else. Look at over here. Don't pay attention to us. We're corrupt. We're evil. We're the politicians. We know what's best. And you have it in your mind, the average conservative, the MAGA person has it in their mind. See, at least what I can respect from the progressives is that at least they understand that there's corruption in the Democrat Party. They get it. And they call it out. Now they're outnumbered. They haven't been able to build up that populace like the MAGA movement did. Like the MAGA movement actually took over the Republican Party. That's what the progressives wish they could do on the left side with the Democrats, but they can't. They don't have the big enough, they don't have enough to do it. But MAGA was able to do it, but then they fucked it up. Right? They did something that was inspirable, being able to take over a political party, but then you got the wrong person leading and you got the wrong issues. And you're doing it for the wrong reasons. Right? That's the problem. And it's almost selfish. But you got to understand, you really believe this is we're good and they're bad. No. They're both bad. But you won't admit that. That's why every time you say something, you go, oh, those Democrats, those that. And the politicians are leaning right into your grievance. That's why they get online and say, yeah, we tried this, but the Democrats didn't do that, or the Democrats said this. You do know in D.C. all of them fuckers are friends. They all go to parties together. They all shake hands. They all fuck each other. They all do everything. They're all best buddies. Yeah, they shout at each other on camera for views and clicks, but they're all fucking cool with each other. When the cameras are off, they're hanging out at a bar. They go to parties. They're not at each other's throats like you think. They're just not. That's why it's so easy when you find out, oh, how did they vote? How this person went to vote for that person? Well, easy. They don't hate each other. You want them to hate each other, but they don't. because you can't be like, if you want to be part of the machine and be corrupt, you can't really hate nobody, because then you ain't gonna be able to get shit done that you want, right? Like right now, there's a bill I think that's out where, I forgot the name of the bill, but it's like Anna Paulina Luna and AOC is working on a bill together, right? AOC, the right wing has AOC as far left, progressive extremist, but somehow Paulina Luna thought AOC has something that she think they could work together on, right? And AOC and Paulina Luna won't promote it, even though she tweets all the time. She doesn't really talk about it because she knows that it won't be culturally accepted to hear that, oh, you're working with AOC? What's wrong? You must be far left now. Like that's what she would get. So she knows she has to keep that quiet. It's a good bill. I forgot the name of it. I have to look it up, but no one wants. It's probably it would be a long way, because when two that far apart, it will take a while for anything to come of it. But that type of stuff goes on all the time in Congress. There's always things they work on, they want to get done. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it don't. But you guys on the outside think that these people out there hating each other, like they would be in fights, because you see a couple clips, a couple here and there's. I'm pretty sure some of them might have they may not like each other to a degree, but they understand that in order to work there, you want anything to get passed, you're going to have to at least get along at the bare minimum. But online, it's a different ball game, right? It's a different ball game online. Like the way the right reacts to Jasmine Crockett is hilarious. It's almost like you're proving the point. Why would Jasmine Crockett have you so upset? Right? Why would she have you so upset? Because she's speaking and she's doing her job. You may not agree with her politics, but if you elect someone to go to Congress on your behalf, you want someone like a Jasmine Crockett. You want someone like that who's going to speak and talk about the everyday person. She speaks about everyday people. She's not sitting there talking about how she can get the corporations richer or the elites, how you can give tax cuts to the top 1%. She's talking about the everyday people, and anybody who has an issue with that, I question where your brain is. Criticizing the Jasmine Crockett's of the world, the AOCs, who all they do, look, are they right 100% of the time? Hell no. But anyone who's willing to speak out or speak up for people that are at the bottom, you got to respect that. How could you be upset with that, but then be okay with someone who wants to do great things for billionaires and not question that? That's so backwards thinking. Like, okay, one guy wants to give billionaires unlimited, pretty much free reign. The other people want to speak out and speak on the rights for people who don't have a voice, and it's a problem. Oh, how dare she speak? She should shut up, and she's a hood rat. She's ghetto. But the corrupt billionaire who wants to give tax breaks to his buddies, oh yeah, great, America first. Like that just makes no sense. Like how could you? And many of the people who are cheering that on are fucking poor. That's the craziest part about it. Like you probably have more in common with Jasmine Crockett and AOC than you do with Donald Trump. The only difference is that, okay, Donald Trump is a white guy, so yeah, as a white guy you may have something in common, but that's where it stops. You probably have more in common with AOC, the bartender, than you do with Donald Trump, the fucking billionaire. But to you, Donald Trump can do no wrong, and AOC is a crazy loony leftist or whatever, or Jasmine Crocker's a ghetto hood rat. Like, come on, like you're really just exposing yourself at that point of where you're really at. Like, think about that. Think about that for a second. Whether you think what they're saying is right or wrong, maybe they may not. I don't know, that's too much, or why she gotta say it like that, or why they talk like that, or blah 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 blah. Like, who cares? You can't tell me. Okay, think about this for a second. If you're white and you live in a rural area and you're living at the poverty line or below the poverty line, you can't tell me you don't want health care. You can't tell me you don't want health care. You don't want better health care. You can't tell me you're in favor of closing down post offices, which makes it harder for you to get to the post office. You got to go to another town over. You can't tell me that you like low wages or you like bad infrastructure. How could you be okay with that? I get the small government thing. I get not wanting government in your business. I think most of us, regardless of where you're at politically, nobody wants the government in their business. But you do see that the government is now in everyone's business now. They're literally saying that they want to lock away news reporters. They're violating federal laws, federal rulings. That's overreach of government. They're throwing away the Constitution. You might have thought that MAGA was about the Constitution, but they're trying to get rid of the Constitution at this point. They don't want to follow it unless it's only for them. If it goes against them, they gonna ignore it. So, how are you still thinking that getting rid of Medicaid is somehow cutting Medicare is somehow in your best interest at this point? And a lot of you guys are older, right? If you're not older, you got grandmas and granddads that are older that rely on Social Security, Medicaid, and they have the audacity. Elon Musk had the audacity to call Social Security an entitlement when you or your uncle or your mom or your dad or their dads worked their asses off for decades to collect that Social Security, and he calls it an entitlement and he thinks it should be taken away. Think about it. He thinks that all the hard work that you did, if you're of age, and your parents did or their parents, should be gone. It's an entitlement. You're not entitled to get Social Security, even though you paid into it for 30 years. You're not entitled. This is the entitlement. You shouldn't have it. How dare you? How does a billionaire get to tell you, the average Joe? You think that billionaire gives two shits about your poor white ass? You really think that? Remember, this is the guy who said he wanted to import more H-1B visas, more Indian people, because he thinks that the Americans, and when he said Americans, he was talking about all Americans, including white ones. Him and Vivek agreed that the Americans are not smart enough to learn like the Indians are, and the Indians work for cheaper. Right? You remember that little spat that went on? Come on. But I get it. Trump didn't say it, so it doesn't count. It doesn't matter. It's just Elon. He's nothing, and okay, sure. Trump didn't say it, but Trump didn't call him out on it. He didn't say, "Hey, I think Americans are great people," and he didn't come out and defend it. But you know who he did defend? He came out and spoke on those South Africans, the white ones. He came out and spoke on their behalf. He comes out and speaks on the behalf of Vladimir Putin. He doesn't come out and speak on your behalf. He's rarely said anything about the average American citizen. He doesn't speak good of them at all. Have you ever heard him ever say anything about, the American people are so great? Nope. Even if he said the white Americans, he didn't even say that. He don't even single out anybody or even says anything. Only time you hear him say anything good about an American population is if there's some kind of significant holiday. He'll come out and give a message. Oh, they did great things. The great people of this culture, blah blah blah. But did he defend the American citizen when Elon and them were talking about pretty much calling us all stupid? And Vivek went even deeper. Vivek was basically calling American white people, dumb. And I know the white people online caught that, and that's why they came at Vivek. And Vivek had to go hiding after that and almost forget that he was trying to run for governor and he need those white people to vote for him. But look, Vivek deserved to have that jab, to be honest, because after what Aunt Coulter said and insulted that man on his podcast, said, oh yeah, I'll vote for you. I like your policies, but I wouldn't vote for you because you're Indian. Vivek had every right to come back, and that was his time to send that jab. So I'm not mad at Vivek for that. But ultimately, I'm not a white guy either, so my feelings on that doesn't really matter. But I believe Vivek had every right to do that. And I find it funny how the backlash on Vivek was so extreme, but when Anna said her part, no one came out and said shit. It was like, oh, Anna, she was just being honest. Just Anna being Anna. But then when Vivek says his part, oh, how dare you call her? Are you kidding me? Like they were ready to chop his head off. So a white person insults minority. Oh, it's all cool. They're just being honest. Minority assaults white people. How dare you say that? Are you kidding me? We'll hang your ass. You see the double standard there? Like, I don't know. I mean, obviously they didn't say that. I'm just, being over dramatic with that part. But you get what I'm saying. It's always a double standard. And the point is that these people don't care about any of us that are not wealthy, whether we be white or black or Indian or whatever. They just don't care. They care to see us fight each other. They care to see us hate each other because it's good for them, right? It's good that we're at each other's throats because then they get to sit back and watch and collect, I'm just saying, a politician, a political party should not be able to control you emotionally like that. Right? And in America, white people, poor whites, and black people have been easily manipulated by both political parties, right? I mean, the Democrats have a stronghold over the black community, and the GOP had a stronghold over the middle class to poor. I wouldn't say middle class, more so probably the poor white or even middle class evangelical Christian conservative community. That's just how it's been. They just have a stronghold over it. It's like you just can't escape that grip. Like the MAGA base, they just you can't escape it. And a lot of it is based on what? There's been neglect across the board. I mean, the same neglect that the average rural white poor voter is experiencing is the same typical neglect as the poor or low to income middle class, low to poor class black inner city person is dealing with bad school systems, over policing of cops that are, remember, because a lot of these cops in these cities are run by Democrat mayors who put in policies and things that over police these communities that are overrun by crime and gangs and violence, and it's just a different type of struggle. But both sides get hit with, "Hey, we can fix the problem. Just elect us." And then you say, "Okay, we'll elect you." And then the problem consists to stay the same, and they bounce off each other, right? Both parties bounce off each other, and they use the media. Whether Fox News is telling you every day, "Hey, here come another blacks committing more crime, black crime, black this, black that. Oh my God, look what they did." We're just going out and finding the most extreme cases to show you, to let you know, even if to keep you scared, right? Like, there's people on the right wing that thinks they really believe that Chicago is some kind of war zone, like it's Fallujah or Iraq, literally. Like, I was in the chat rooms, I'm watching, I'm listening to this. I'm like, have you ever been to Chicago? Probably not. They're like, "Oh my God, look at Chicago. It's a war zone. It's like fucking Fallujah. Oh my God, it's unbelievable out there." It's like, really? Where? Fox News is telling you this? Right? But that's the programming that you end up with. Yeah, I mean, most big cities have issues. I mean, every big city has issues, and a lot of it is construed to like a block or two. Like, there's a neighborhood within the city. So you got the city, and then you got neighborhoods in the cities, right? So when people say use Chicago as their like punching bag because of a few neighborhoods that are kind of wild or have issues, that's not Chicago. That's the neighborhoods in Chicago. It could be one neighborhood, maybe two, may even be three. But remember, there's many neighborhoods within the cities, and each area has its own issues, whether it be gangs or drugs or stuff like that. But people look at the news and they go, "Oh my God, the whole city's terrible." Like if they got off and went to eat downtown, they were just gonna be accosted by or kidnapped or some shit. But that's how they make it seem like. But people visit Chicago every weekend, every day, and nothing happens. Millions of people. Same thing in New York. Same thing. They overhype New York. "Oh my God, New York is out of control. Look at that. We need more Daniel Pennies." Like, have you ever been to New York City? Did you ever live in New York City? Was you in the city in the 80s when New York City had 2,000 homicides a year? Now they have what? 3 to 400 maybe, or at tops. And look, one homicide is a lot. One too many. But it's apples and oranges. Maybe a few hundred, maybe on a really, really bad year, I think they get like what? I don't know. Let me look it up so I can be accurate here. I think on the worst year recently, it's probably, it's probably like 500 maybe. Let me look it up. 2024. New York City. Homicide. Let's see something. Oops, I meant. Okay, that was I put 2004. I meant 2024. Hello. Well, 2004 was 570. So think about that. And that was in 2004. Now that was around the time when they did all the cleanup and shit with I think that was, what's that, Giuliani or Bloomberg? I don't remember which one. Okay, 2004 numbers haven't been released yet, so that's still early. I forgot. They usually release that probably by like June. So let's go 2003. 2003. Okay, so 2003 was 386 homicides. So I was higher than I thought. And that was 11.2% decrease compared to 2022. And that was the first time since 2019 that the city ended the year with fewer than 400 homicides. So this is what I'm saying, like a city of like 8 million New Yorkers, right? And you get like 380 homicides. And they've been averaging less than 400 homicides, under 400 homicides since like 2019. But if Fox News tell you, they will have you thinking that thousands of people are just getting burned off the streets in New York. And this is why Daniel Penny is a hero, because homicides are out of control in the city, right? But 2023, 386 homicides. 1983, 1,622. Let me do 1993. 1993 was almost 2,000 homicides in 1993. 2023, 386. So when you say, oh my God, these cities are out of control, well, you would have probably stayed in your house and never came out if you was around in 1993. Think about that. 1993, 1,946 homicides. 2023, 386 homicides. There's your difference. Look at the difference. That's a huge difference. That's a 30-year difference in a city that will have more shit going on, right? More activeness, more phones, more this, more that. And the homicides are depleted. So that tells you that the police are doing a great job, regardless of who's in charge. It's much safer than it used to be. And that was the peak of the violent crime in the city during the 1990s. That was what came about the 94 crime bill, right? That was part of it. That was probably the last 94 crime bill came right after that 93 homicide year, probably the highest year at that point. So like, but Fox News has you believing that you're going into a war zone anytime you step into like a New York City or Chicago or Philadelphia or Baltimore, all these places, DC. I mean, they make it seem like you just like a target, like you're just gonna die. And that's the fear that they plant into these conservatives' minds who live in smaller towns. And they're like, oh, I don't want that happening to us. So we got to make sure we keep voting against having health care. Like, who needs health care if I'm going to die at the hands of Tyrone? Right? That's just pretty much the thought process. Yeah, I don't want to be killed. So, I mean, yeah, I may lose my Medicaid, but at least I'll be safe before I die and pass away. At least my town will remain white all the way through and through. I don't have to worry about any brown people coming around. You know? Yeah, I'll lose my health care, my social security will be wiped away, but there won't be no brown people around. There will be no Tyrones and no Pookies trying to have sex with my daughter. Right? I mean, that's just like pretty much the thought process. And yeah, it's just wild. Like, it's kind of crazy, but there are people that are thinking that. They are. They're thinking that through and through. They're like, fuck that. We gotta keep America white. Whatever it takes. And now, I meant to talk about this a few minutes ago, but I think I'm gonna bring it up right now. Don Lemon on Black MAGA, and look, Don is getting crushed for this. He got roasted online for assaulting this one. Sky News got involved. Sky News Australia, which is a Fox News for Australians. Don Lemon roasted online for assaulting Black MAGA supporters. Even Chris Cuomo blasted Don Lemon. A couple of black conservatives even responded. I don't care what the white conservatives think about this, because obviously they have their own viewpoint. But the black conservatives, I really want to know what they have to say. So, but first, I want to hear what Don Lemon said first, because he's getting roasted across the board. Like, he's becoming a punching bag for the white conservatives, which is so funny because they're more outraged about that than they are about black people being erased from the military. Right? Crickets on that shit. Veterans being fired from the federal government. Crickets from the party of veterans. But somehow Don Lemon's got them all their panties in a bunch. That was like an easy target. Like, they just, like, But everyone went after Don Lemon, all the way from, everybody had their, think about it, out of all the stuff that's going on right now, this is what got MAGA woken up. Like, are you kidding me? This how you know it's not really about, it's all culture. It's all culture wars. Look, I don't know. Maybe Don did that on purpose to help himself, like, stay in the eco atmosphere, like, with the algorithms, and keep his name for his podcast. I don't know, because part of that is how you stay in the space. Maybe that's what that was about, because it does help you SEO wise when people talk about you and they put your name in their articles and their videos, and it keeps you in the SEO. Like, that's one of the SEO ways you want to keep your name in the media. You want to keep your name in articles online. And if you have a show, you got a podcast, or you do anything, people can find you, because, okay, well, this guy was talked about for this. I want to hear what he had to say. I want to hear his full take. But so, like, I just put Don Lemon Black MAGA, and every single video that popped up was all about, like, I'm going to show you guys. I just typed this in, Don Lemon MAGA, Black MAGA, and look, first video that came up was Sky News. And then his video was his response, I guess. He had a guest on. And then more, The Hill, Chris Cuomo blasts Don Lemon, Black Conservative, Anthony Logan, Tim Pool, Tim Cass, FR Family. I don't even know who that is. I guess it's another Black MAGA. This is the episode, I guess. Club Random, that's the podcast. And look, the actual podcast is at the bottom. That's the crazy part about it. Like, his video and the podcast, that the original, is at the bottom. It's got 172,000 views. But, okay, the responses are not that much. But you would think that episode would have got like 1 million views, just based off the responses that everyone's responding to it. But it's pretty clear that no one watched the full episode. They just got the clips off the internet, just based on the views. 172,000 views in 2 days. That video probably should have had a lot more views based off everyone responding to it. This guy responded. This guy responded. And this one almost got just as much views as the podcast. 172,000. This one got 168,000. 172,000. So Officer Tatum's in 23 hours ago. So he had 24 hours later, his response has more views, almost more views than the podcast. That's crazy. So clearly, and that ain't the first time that Don mentioned Black MAGA. As you can see here, 5 months ago on the Bulwark, Don Lemon talked about him and Michael Steele, who's a Republican and a former RNC chair. He said, "Why are black men in the MAGA movement?" And you know, black men say no to MAGA. Why MAGA was never an option for Michael Steele. So, here go another one. Rubin Report. He responded to it. 368,000. So these views are getting more than the podcast, than the actual podcast itself. Rubin is another right-wing commentator. All these response videos have gotten more than the actual podcast. Crazy, right? Wow. Yeah. Holy shit. Oh, I remember this one when he had it. Him and David Clark went at it. Sheriff Clark. That was crazy. That was 8 years ago. I can't believe that. I mean, I don't want to play the whole interview. I wanted to play. Should we play some of the reactions? Let me see. I want to play the actual thing first so I could. Okay, here, let me watch this. This is from Sky. Let's do Sky News first. They're going to say some wild stuff, but let's see what they got.
Products is so amazing. It's the feeling of knowing you'll find the one you need.
There we go.
Granger.
It's the same thing that when I see not all black Republicans, but I see a black MAGA person who is carrying Donald Trump's water and they know that he's lying. It is the shortest line to the front. Because if you're black and you're whatever, you're just in line with a bunch of other Democrats that are doing the same thing that you're doing. But if you become a black MAGA person, it's like, whoa, let's book this person, let's put him on television.
So you don't think you can be a sincere black MAGA person?
Now, the first part he said is true. They will want to put a black MAGA person on TV quick. On Fox News, on any of these platforms, because it's different. There's no different than if, like in the sports, like I'll use sports for example, like with like ESPN or Fox or any of these networks that they'll always find like if they see if they find a female that knows, she may not even know nothing about sports. She may just be interested or know a little bit about sports. They're quick to throw her on the air, especially if she's extremely attractive. So it comes off as, oh, look, it helps get viewers. It's a different perspective, and it also shields the thought of, oh, we're misogynist, we're against female empowerment. No, we want them. We like them. See, we got one on air. That's why you would rarely see an unattractive woman doing sideline reporting or like in a major studio role, if they find like, would they be I'm talking about like across the board unattractive, not like, oh, maybe some people might find them attractive, some don't. Typically, every female that you will see on sports radio, or I mean on sports television, that's either a host or in a major role, is typically physically attractive or appealing across the board. May not be the most attractive person at the network or on TV, but across the board, you'll say, yeah, you know, she's appealing. I'll do her, or whatever you say. I know that came out kind of wrong, but I don't care. This is unscripted opinions. But the point is that that's how it usually goes. And so in politics, from the Black MAGA standpoint, it's kind of similar, right? As long as you say the right shit, though, you can't go off and say, like, you can't go off and as the Black MAGA and get on TV and right wing TV and start talking about civil rights and shit. They don't want to hear that. Oh, whoa, no. What do you mean you want everyone equally? You want equal rights? No. Oh, no. You out of line. Don't say that shit. You say that, you ain't getting booked again. You want to say that? We have plenty of black Democrats that we got for that. You're here for this reason, right? So that is true, and you can hate Don Lemon for saying that or making that claim. All you gotta do is fucking watch. Use your eyes. Like, forget about falling into the trap of the talking points or I don't want to believe it because it's fake news or whatever. Just look. Look on the television. Just look. It's pretty obvious. And like I said before, earlier in the first hour, when I was talking about how you would rarely see any black conservative or MAGA person ever criticize someone that's like considered white or in the MAGA space. They were quick to criticize someone that's not white. And as the proof I just showed you, there was like a bunch of black conservatives that were jumped on this quick. They jumped on this so fast, this Don Lemon thing, because Don is an easy target. He's a black guy, he's gay, and even though Don has said, and I don't believe just by listening to Don, he's not a Democrat or a liberal, but they label him that anyway, because that's, if you're not MAGA, you're a liberal. That's pretty much the way they look at it. To them, there's no such thing as independent or left-leaning independent. No, if you're either MAGA, Rhino, or liberal far left, that's how they look at it. So to them, they probably label Don, a liberal or Democrat when they're responding to him, because it's easier to do that when you're, making videos for your base to try to get views. So they all jumped on the trend quickly to call out Don Lemon. And look, to be fair, Don did call them out directly, so they had to respond, because at this point, it's like, you got all the white conservatives that are online responding, so your black ass better respond. It's like, dude, he called you out. You think you're gonna sit back and make money? No, this is where you come in and set his ass straight. Yeah, we're gonna say our shit, but you need to say some shit now. This is your time to shine, because you ain't really putting in the work. Some of you ain't earning your keep. Here you go. So Don actually did them a favor. He probably paid their rent this month, to be honest, with that comment, because they all get to come out and make their videos. Because what else were they talking about prior? Yeah, they was probably going after DEI and other stuff like that. But it's been kind of dry lately, unless you want to criticize Trump, and they ain't doing that. And Trump is in office now. Like, it'd be one thing when Biden's president, every day there's something to say. Biden's old, Biden's this, Kamala is a word salad, or she's not black and she's Indian and blah, blah, blah. Like, there was always something every day for the black conservatives to jump on. But now that Trump is in office, it's kind of dry. So Don just gave them a gift. He said, "Hey, here you go. I got something for you." So now they all run. And they had their videos ready to go. So maybe they should send Don a YouTube check. They should send him Don, let me thank you for giving us something so we can come out to play. But look, yeah, all jokes aside, I mean, that part that Don said was he was right on that. You can't deny it. It's true. You're different. You're Black MAGA. We got to see. Come on down. You know?
I just said, I don't think that, I just said, I think there can be sincere Republicans.
But you can't be a sincere Black Republican.
I don't think that you can be a rational MAGA, be Black and be a rational MAGA person. I think you can be Black and be a Republican.
I think they would find that very insulting.
Yeah, of course they're gonna find it insulting because, see, Bill Maher was trying to say that Don was saying that you can't be a Black Republican. No, Don clarified himself there when he said, yeah, you could be, there's nothing wrong with being a Black Republican. Of course, he clarified it because Don was a Black Republican at one point and was cheered on by the right wing. Like I said, when Don was criticizing Black people, criticizing Black culture, and he did that whole segment about the pull your pants up thing, they were cheered. The right wing loved it. They were like, yeah, Don, that's right. You tell them. Right? But now that Don is not like that anymore, and Don still feels that way about, I'm pretty sure, about the Black culture. He still probably feels that way. I would probably guess he still does. He's a 50-something-year-old man. You know, most older people are not cool with that pants hanging off your ass generation. So he probably would agree still with what he said back then. But they cheered it on because it wasn't about him talking about the pants sagging. It was because he was shit talking Black people, and they like that. Anytime you hear a Black man or a Black person denigrate or shit talk, or even you could say denigrate, you can say calling out, they feel like that validates their hatred for those group of people. Like, yeah, I'm validated because another Black person has validated my hatred for these people, and he also sees what I see, and he says it. I can say it, but if they find out who I am, I can lose my job, right? Because I'm white, right? That's what they're thinking. Like, yeah, I think that too, but I can't really. Now they can say it. I'm talking about back then when Don was saying it. When Don said that back then, I think that was like, 2011 maybe? I mean, back then, if a conservative came out and said that openly, and they had any kind of like, unless they was like the owners or had high position, they probably was going to get fired from their job. Or at least there would have been calls for them to get fired. But today's a little bit different. And that's why it's only a matter of time before even the Black MAGA people are going to be useless, because you're not going to need them anymore. At some point, they will be useless. But anyway, so look, I still don't get why there's a big, like I said, I can kind of understand why the Black MAGA people were mad, because he directly called them out, but he told the truth. That was 100% truth, and I'm honestly kind of shocked that the white conservatives had jumped into this and started jumping on the trend. Maybe they thought, well, since it's Don Lemon, he's a kind of a name in the media space, maybe I can, get some views off of this. So I'm gonna say my shit too. But I don't know. So I don't think really Bill Maher even understood what Don was saying, because Bill was thinking that he was saying that Black Republicans in general I don't think he understands there's a difference. That's how I took it from Bill's response. Maybe he was already drunk at that point. Who knows? But let's play more of it.
Well, I mean, the truth is often insulting.
So he said the truth is often insulting, and he got a lot of pushback for that, right? So let's go to some of the responses from the people who disagreed. I want to start off with here's a video. I want to hear from the black MAGA people first. No, first let me hear Tim Pool. I want to hear. Actually, no, I don't want to hear from Tim Pool. I want to hear black people's response. Black MAGA.
So Don Lemon says you cannot be a rational, quote unquote, black MAGA person. What does this mean? Is this racism? Is this classism? Let's talk about it. How's everybody doing? My name is Anthony Brian Logan, and today we got to talk about Don Lemon insulting black, quote unquote, MAGA people on Bill Maher's podcast. Now, this is really interesting, and I think it points to racism and classism, because in his comments, Don Lemon said that you can be a black Republican. That's totally fine. I'm cool with these guys and girls. But if you're a black MAGA, that's when I got a problem. The question is, what is a black MAGA? Is it a guy like me because I'm wearing a MAGA hat? Is that what a black MAGA is? If I take the hat off and put on a different hat, am I no longer a black MAGA? Define the difference between a black MAGA and a black Republican.
So this guy's being dishonest already off the top. He knows. Look, and this is I've seen some of this guy's videos before. He's not he knows exactly what Don was talking about there, right? But he's playing into he's trying to build up like this, look, so far the response is he know. Why is he pretending that he doesn't know what Don meant? Right? That's the part that's killing me. How you not getting that? You know exactly what he meant.
You're talking about guys like Michael Steele and Navarro. Stone Cold stomped down leftists from things that they say, but because they identify as Republican, you agree with them.
And he said Michael Steele's a Stone Cold leftist. Michael Steele's not a leftist. Anna Navarro is not a leftist. But see, the MAGA crowd labels anybody that's not MAGA a leftist. Didn't I just say that like 30 minutes ago? They don't have the separation. So of course he's gonna pretend and try to break down. Oh well, Don was saying no. There is definitely a difference between a black Republican and a MAGA, just like there's a difference between a Republican and a MAGA person. Even the MAGAs know that because they will call some of the Republicans rhinos, Republican in name only. Right? Would you say Mitch McConnell is a MAGA? Would you say, name any other Republican that's in Congress that is not hardcore MAGA or even MAGA? We know there's a difference. So what's the problem with not understanding that there's a difference between Republican and MAGA if he's saying black Republican and black MAGA? It's the same shit. The only difference is that you're just putting black in front of it. That's the only difference. But the clear difference, obviously, is that because look, to me, it's the same, but in a more opposite way. So when you talk about Republicans, the ones who like the Michael Steele types and those people, there is a bit of a I guess the never Trump Republicans. There is kind of a grift going there too. Like I would say that. I mean, I don't know. I might be alone on that, but I think there is a bit of a opportunity with those people who are like the never Trumpers who found a lane to, kind of dive one way or stay in the middle or pretend to be Democrats, and they're not pretending to be leftists. Make no mistake about it. If you listen to their commentary, they're definitely nowhere near leftists. They just They just don't like Trump. And if Trump leaves tomorrow and goes away, and if MAGA disappears tomorrow, they'll be right back in the Republican Party. That's not leftists. Leftists would not jump to the Republican Party under no circumstance, either if Trump was there or not. So that you're already wrong on that. So you have to be able to understand the complete difference. And Michael Steele and Anna knows. I don't know about Anna. Maybe she would veer off more to left leaning ones stuff because she's coming from more of a female perspective. But I don't think Michael Steele. I've listened to some of his stuff. I don't think Michael Steele has said anything that's leftist or close to leftist. He's very much Republican. He's just not a Trump guy. I mean, the guy was the fucking chair of the party, for crying out loud. Now I know you can say, well, Tulsi Gabbard was was she like the deputy chair, or she was like a high-ranking DNC congresswoman before she went right wing. So I get it. That but she ain't like. I mean, I don't think that there's a Michael Steele, any part of Michael Steele that's leftist, from what I see. I don't know what. I think you're way off on that.
Do you agree with them because of what they say, despite what they have next to their name? If so, we feel the same way with people like RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard. These are really Democrats, but we embrace them because they are on the same page with us.
Okay. No. This is a false comparison. RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard are not comparable to MAGA. I wouldn't even consider them MAGA. Like in the hardcore of MAGA, first of all. Yes, RFK has some popular viewpoints, especially when it comes like amongst MAGA, when it comes to vaccines and wanting to like in the food stuff. Right? He has some point of views on that. But a lot of all the other issues were being questionable, even up until the point where he was picked by many of the MAGA people who were questioning RFK Jr. He wasn't fully accepted. Tulsi Gabbard, same thing. She was still being questioned, even up until the point that she was being promoted. I think that people came around to them after Trump really, at the end of the day, Trump's approval won out, which goes back to my whole point of accountability with Trump. MAGA does not hold Trump accountable, because if he did, Tulsi Gabbard wouldn't be DNI at all. And RFK Jr. probably wouldn't be in his position. Now he'd probably be somewhere an advisor or maybe helping out, but they wouldn't be in charge if he really, really was being held accountable. I'm just saying. The issues that they had, there were some real issues with those two. But those are not comparable, and plus those are bigger names. We talking about black MAGA people, and the point of view of what Don is saying is, you're looking at everything that's been going on right now. This is not an agenda that anybody that's black why would a person that's black would be in favor of what's happening right now? The erasure of black military veterans and their history, firing 4-star generals and getting rid of all these type of stuff. Look, you could say whatever you want about, DEI this and DEI that. Coming up with all these things to like just canceling the lawsuit in the black town because they were suing over the pollution. Canceling it because they said fighting that case was part of DEI somehow. And none of you guys had anything to say about it. you were all quiet. You didn't say anything. Hey, that's kind of messed up. Or why would they do that? You know, why cancel that case? Why get rid of the Civil Rights Division that's holding police accountable that abuse their authority in communities that are predominantly black? When you guys don't speak on that and you in proximity in the space, right? You're in the area. You're in the area to advocate for these issues or even have opinions on these issues. And when you do give opinions, you typically give opinions that's anti-black. When you make anti-black, when you participate in anti-black rhetoric, that's not the same. That's not comparable to RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard going from Democrat to Republican. That ain't the same shit. You know, you could be like, you know, that ain't the same thing. You're literally, the black MAGA is literally a grift. That's what Don Lemon is saying. Like, you guys are grifters to the heart, to the biggest degree. Like, maybe there's some conservatism in some black people, black MAGA people who are black MAGAs, but for the most part, a lot of it is a grift. Even former black MAGA people will come out and express that point of view. The eagerness of having you on shows and get on this podcast, get on this panel. It was like the obsession to having someone black, especially if you just come out as a black MAGA and you are articulate and you seem smart and you say exactly what they want you to say and they like what you're saying. They want you in front, and if you have a face for TV, they want you in front of a camera every single time. They love you. That's what they want. You're pretty much being used. You're pretty much a whore, a conservative whore at that point. You know, that's just how it is. And it's no different than the women that are in the MAGA, the young females that are paraded around on these different podcasts. They're attractive. They all pretty much say the same shit, but behind the scenes they get treated like dog shit. I've seen it with my own eyes, so I know exactly what I'm talking about in that. Especially up in DC. I mean, those women get treated like dog shit. But they'll be right online tweeting out, yeah, you know, the conservative values, American first, but then they'll be disrespected completely by those same men. In DC and any of the spaces, you go work for some of these guys on these different shows, the women get treated like shit. They either get treated like shit or they end up fucking them. And don't be married already or be in a relationship. They completely disrespected. They don't even care. They're still trying to fuck them. Like, it's like the Wild Wild West. You would think that from the outside looking in, like these conservative influence podcasts are like all preppy, all churched up, and Christ is king and the Bible and respect for marriage and all the no. They have the young ones. Are you kidding me? They're having sex. They're banging each other. They're doing all types. They're a complete mess. You seen some of the scandals that came out? That's been happening all the time. They're misogynist as hell towards those women. And they can't come out and say anything. They get scared. Because they know if they say anything, that's ended their career. They're already not liked by the left. There's no career lane for them over there because most of them are not really that smart, right? So they can't really hold their own being on the left. There's too many women on the left that have those type of platforms, so there's no space. So in order to really make a living as a female commentator politically, you got to be on the right. That's where you make the bread and butter because there's a lot of competition on the left. There's so many different women spaces on the left that does left-wing feminist stuff that you can't make a living doing it. They pretty much do it. Those women on the left are doing it because they care for real about those issues. They ain't making no money. They do it because they care. They do it because they're passionate about female rights and female stuff and this and that. On the right, those women, they're doing it for the money. Because off camera, those men shit on them. Straight up. They shit on them all the way. they're not respected. And the black MAGAs are probably not respected either. They're probably a little bit more respected than the women because they're men at the end of the day. But the women, oh no. Those conservative women are not respected at all. Unless they're in like a position, like a high power position, like they get hired to like. And the only way you're going to get a high power position inside like the conservative movement is if you're already married. You have to be married to a respectable husband who can vouch for you. If you're just some single chick or that runs her mouth online, you're just a whore. They're going to pass you around. You'll be on panels because you're hot, but that's it. And, that's just the truth. It's no different than, it's not as conservative space as people make it out to be. Like, it's not some, they had a couple guys get fired for sexual harassment and trying to do, like all those different networks over there on the right side. It's the Wild Wild West. It's just crazy. They have parties. They do all type of shit. They're no different than those left-wing crazies. They're all the same. Let's hear what you guys say.
We're not so caught up in the labels. We're not so caught up in the classism. Are you on the same page or are you not? Now, before I go any further in.
All right, so he says they're not caught up in the classism and the labels. Well, yes, you guys are caught up in the label. That's why you keep on labeling everybody leftist that's not MAGA. That's why you have Rhino. Who made up rhinos? Did the Democrats make up rhinos? No, that's a name that came from MAGA. Right? MAGA and the conservatives made up rhinos. So those labels are liberalism, as I meant, Trump derangement syndrome. These are all labels that come from you guys. So yeah, you are very well into labels. So just because Don Lemons came with a label for you guys, now it's like, oh, you guys are into labels. No, all you guys have been doing labels. That's all you've been doing. Right? Like, so he's being disingenuous already. His whole little setup he's just been like dishonest. He's being dishonest.
Into it, let's get into a couple of clips. We're going to get into the one in which he insulted Black American Trump supporters, but this one is going to be about him calling the MAGA movement, or at least a big piece of it, racist. And of course, I'll link to the full Bill Maher podcast and these clips in the box. If you're on IG, Facebook, etc., visit a link in the bio, go to the corresponding article on the website. But without further ado, let's go ahead and roll it.
Let me ask you your opinion on this. Saturday Night Live 50th anniversary show. They did one thing, they did a sketch where Tom Hanks puts on a MAGA hat. Mm-hmm. So he's a Trumper.
Now, I saw that sketch. They did the exact same sketch in 2016, I believe. Then they did it again in 2024. I mean, Saturday Night Live is not really that funny. It kind of sucks. And to be totally honest, I think they are culturally irrelevant. Although when they do things like that, sometimes it could be a good talking point for a day or two. But in the greater scheme of things, they're an irrelevant institution.
This is the easiest hack in 2025 to clean your dog's teeth.
Best way to get rid of stinky dog breath, crunchy veggie.
And then.
So he said Saturday Night Live is an irrelevant institution. Well, Saturday Night Live is not an institution. It's just a damn comedy. It's a TV show. It's not really meant to be like, it's what it is. You take it for what it is. You think it's relevant. You think it's not the end of the freaking world. Like, they make jokes. They joke on everybody. Right? They make fun of everybody. So to have feel some type of way about this is kind of stupid. I mean, remember when the other I think there was a Saturday Night Live version of like what was it? Iran or one of those Middle Eastern countries, and they did the Kamala Harris Joe Biden skit, and everyone was like, oh my God, that's so funny. Hey, look at that. Like, it's so true. So, and no one said, oh, that's kind of messed up. Why would a foreign country degrade our sitting president and vice president? Right? No one complained about that. No one called them out. It was all fun and laugh because, it was the other party. You know what I'm saying? So the double standard is so wild. And I remember when that came out, all the conservatives and everyone was laughing it up. Oh my God, look at that. And for 4 years, what did they do to make fun of Joe Biden the way he talked and walked and fell asleep or making memes of him chasing ice cream trucks? So this is like nothing compared to the shit that they were saying about Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who's the vice president. I mean, come on, like now it's they're not funny anyway. Look, I mean he might be right. I mean I don't find Saturday Night Live that funny either, but it ain't because of anything political. I just don't think it's funny. But he's clearly like he felt like he had to throw that in there to satisfy the audience. Like, oh look, see, I don't think Saturday Night Live is funny anyway because Tom Hanks put on a MAGA hat. Like, come on, dude. Like,
Keenan comes over to shake his hand, and he won't shake his hand.
Yeah.
And I said this on Fareed's show the other day. I found that's so old. You know, I didn't.
I bet he agrees with Bill Maher. Let's see if he agrees with him. Yeah, he's right. You know, that's kind of like, despite the fact that Kamala Harris, the Congresswoman's husband refused to shake Kamala Harris' hand. So clearly they got that from there, that they were copying that to a degree, like linking that somehow to MAGA, because the guy might have been a MAGA guy or a Republican. So they were trying to throw a jab in there. Whether it's supposed to be funny or not, you don't have to find it funny, but you know that's what they were probably doing there. But let's see if he agrees. I think he agrees with Bill Maher. He's gonna say, "Yeah, that was wrong. We're old." Let's see.
Didn't vote for him. I get all the bad things about that administration, but if you think they don't shake black people's hands, it's just you're wrong.
Is this pushing forward these old stereotypes? Okay, you're a Trump supporter, you're racist, you hate black people, all kind of stuff. Same old nonsense.
That's not. They was not doing that. It was, yes, it's a stupid stereotype. Obviously, there are black people in the MAGA movement. Obviously, duh. It was pretty much a shot at the guy who didn't want to shake Kamala's hand. That was what the bit was. It wasn't like, you know, God. Sometimes it's kind of hard to like, when you gotta like try to explain things that have meanings behind the meanings.
That's not who they are.
Some
Matt
do.
Gaetz shakes black people's hands. You know, Kid Rock will shake your hand. It's just not helpful to like think that half the country that's where they are. That's your step.
Now, look, Bill Maher is a leftist. Like, he is not.
So Bill Maher's now a leftist. See, that's the second time he's throwing at the leftist label now. I wouldn't even say Bill Maher's a leftist. I don't think he's a leftist either. See, I told you, to them, it's either if you're not MAGA or conservative, you're a leftist. That's it. That's how they look at it. It's like one or the other. I would put Bill Maher in more of the liberal category. You know, he'd be more in the liberal category. He's not leftist at all. He's more liberal. He's more close to the liberal center, left center, liberal center. He's definitely not a leftist at all. I mean, the guy is a capitalist, for crying out loud. He wants to, you know. You're not gonna find many like older white guys that are leftists, right? You're just not gonna find them. They're very rare if they exist at all, especially if they're older, white, and wealthy. He's old, white, and wealthy. He's not a leftist. Yeah, you can say, well, Bernie Sanders, right? I mean, Bernie Sanders is probably one of the only, very rare, right? Very rare of a left-leaning guy. that's like progressive or leftist or whatever you want to call it. But Bill Maher's not a leftist. Bill Maher's not a leftist.
Conservative at all. But
yeah, he's not conservative either, but he's closer to conservatism than he is. No, he's not. Okay, maybe he's not closer to conservatism. But he's not leftist. He's not.
I can agree with him on some things like that. We can find common ground, and I appreciate that about people on the left sometimes.
So how could you find common ground with a leftist? There's no way you would find a common ground with leftist. You might find a common ground with liberals, but not a leftist, right? I'm just saying, maybe he's not understanding his own labels. I don't know. Let me see something. Yeah, I don't know if he would consider himself a leftist. You know? He's not a leftist. He's not a leftist. He's not a leftist at all. I would say he's more of yeah, he's more center. He's like center left. He's probably in the establishment wing of the party. Right? Maybe. Because you got different movements, right? You got like far right nationalist movement. You got right wing conservative to nationalist movement. You got the centrist to center right. You got the center to center left. You got center left to progressive. You got the far left, which is like socialist and communist aligned. Right, that's pretty much. You know. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I don't think. Yeah, I mean, because, looking at this, it says, so leftists want systemic change and often advocate for socialism or democratic socialism. They criticize capitalism as inherently exploitative. Liberals support reform in the current system, but believe capitalism can be regulated to work fairly. Yeah, that's where I see Bill Maher. I see Bill Maher in the liberal category. And that's on the core ideology differences. Economic views, leftists support socialist policies such as wealth redistribution, public ownership of key industries like healthcare, education, strong labor rights. Liberals believe in a mixed economy where capitalism exists, but with regulations like higher minimum wages, progressive taxation, and corporate oversight. And then the approach to change. Political affiliations, liberals are more likely to support mainstream Democrats like Biden, Obama, and Hillary Clinton. Leftists often align with Democrat Socialists, Green Party, or progressive wings of the Democrat Party, i.e. Bernie Sanders, AOC. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I say if I had to pick, Bill Maher is probably more in the liberal category than the leftist category. Because leftist is like really far, like that's a little bit more extreme considering where Bill Maher is. Leftists, they're more like anti-establishment, military, anti-police. They, stuff like that. Liberals are like, we support diversity and inclusion, but often align with institution reforms rather than abolishing. So they wouldn't want to get rid of none of that shit. So yeah, Bill Maher is more of a liberal. Probably more of like a classical liberal, maybe. To a degree. But I don't know why he keeps calling these people leftists. I don't know why he's doing that.
Some of them. But some guys like Don Lemon, you can't really get that middle ground.
You're a comedian.
Don Lemon is middle ground. Right? Don Lemon, both of these, I would say Don Lemon is more liberal. I know Don said he's not a Democrat, but I would say Don is more liberal than leftist. Right? He's more liberal than leftist. Just like Bill Maher. Both of these guys are, they believe in capitalism. They both make good money. And they're kind of in the same boat. It's just one is black and one is white. That's pretty much their main. Oh yeah, Don's gay, so two different things. So there's really only two differences. But neither of these guys are leftists.
It's part of its comedy.
I understand.
Let's be honest. There's a huge faction of the MAGA movement that's really racist.
I wouldn't say huge. No, I'd say
I would say huge.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we have different perspectives.
I want to know what he's going to say about that, but of course he's going to disagree. It's no shocker that he's going to disagree. Obviously, he's a black guy. He's a black MAGA. But I want to see if he's going to concede to Bill Maher's view. Bill Maher said, no, just a small bit. I want to see if he's going to even admit that. My guess would be he probably won't admit that. He'll probably just deflect and say, deny that this MAGA's not racist at all, that there's no racism ever. Like they're just like the greatest people in the world. But let's see what he says.
Now, when you say a huge percentage, what are we talking about? I'm not going to deny that. I'm not going to sit here and deny that there are racist people in the so-called MAGA movement, Republicans or whatever.
Oh, okay. So he does admit it. Okay. All right. Okay. I was a little bit shocked there. Yeah. So he has a little bit of integrity. He's not fully like in denial of that. Okay. So I give him credit for that. But why does he go so-called? Like he's trying to deny that MAGA doesn't exist? Like it's not a movement? Is that like a new trend now for the Republicans to deny that MAGA isn't a thing? I'm confused considering that he's wearing the hat. He's wearing the hat. So it's not a movement anymore? It's just an idea like Antifa? It's like MAGA, there's no such thing as the MAGA movement. It's just an idea. Why did he do the quotations? I don't understand. The so-called movement, he says. No, it is a movement. It's legit. But he did say, I guess that was him trying to like maybe signal like, oh yeah, the so-called racists in the MAGA movement, like so-called, like he's trying to deny it, but acknowledge it, but deny it at the same time. Maybe that's what he was doing. I don't know. Let's see what else he says.
At the same time, Don Lemon, don't you ignore the outright racists in your party, including yourself, because...
Oh, okay. So he glosses over the... Now, mind you, he's in the MAGA movement. He's in MAGA. Black man in MAGA. Oh, yeah, maybe there's some racism in the so-called movement. But then he makes sure to pivot quickly to, Don Lemon, there's racists on your side, including you. He jumped quick. Like, he didn't want to even acknowledge the racism on the back. Oh, no. What do you mean? So-called racist. That's not racist. Man, what do you mean? What are you talking about? You see me? But he wanted to get, now he's going to go in on Don. Because this is where, now he got tagged in. It's like, tag, go ahead, go off.
Because you're going to attack black people about being conservative, MAGAs, or whatever on this very podcast.
Let's clear that up. He did not attack black people for being conservative. He said black MAGAs. He even said it in the episode. He made it clear that he said, yes, black people can be conservative, can be Republican, but he feels like if you're a black MAGA person, considering what's been going on and what the party is standing for, it's not rational. That's all he said. But you tried to throw conservative in there. He's not saying conservative. He's not saying that. Yeah, there are many black people that are Democrats that are black that have conservative leanings, that have conservative viewpoints on stuff. So no, he's not making that distinguish. I think you're trying to lump that in to try to make it seem like he's going after to conservatives as the people. Oh, you're black conservatives. No, he's talking about specifically he's basically talking about the MAGA people, the ones who are out there, getting paid to say anti-black stuff. That's pretty much what he really meant. Let's just call it for what it is. And I think you guys know that, but maybe Don didn't get to it quick enough. Maybe he did say it. Maybe he clarified it in the full episode. But when Don said that, that's what everyone was thinking. No one was talking about, he was saying black Republicans or black conservatives. He made it clear that he didn't say that. But you're trying to bring that in it.
While you wag their finger at the other side for being racist.
I would say huge. And even if they're not, you have to overlook a lot of that in order to support Donald Trump, which I think is maybe even more egregious than just saying I'm a racist.
Where's the lie? He's right. Even if it's not, you have to overlook it in order to be okay with it, especially if you're a black person. It's easy for a white person to overlook it because the agenda is always about, it's about preserving whiteness. So you would benefit regardless, even if you're a conservative or at any time even a white liberal, a white female liberal or a white male liberal who at any given time could just say, you know what, I'm gonna be more conservative, and it will just fit right into whatever the agenda is for the conservative movement. Like, they have the luxury of flipping and swapping and whatever, and no one would think nothing of it. They don't have to worry about being okay with racism because they're not under attack. But if you're a black person and you have a conservative viewpoint and you decide, the MAGA crowd saying some things that I like, you really need to consider how you need to really think long and hard if you're serious about being part of this MAGA movement. You're going to have to really be okay with being a second-class citizen and being subjected to racism. That's just what he said. That's pretty much what he's telling you. And I don't see where there's any lies in that. I mean, that seems pretty truthful for what we've seen. Let's see how he explains this. Because he already admitted that he lightly admitted that there were racists in the Republican Party. So I want to know how he explains this, or does he continue to go after Don for his racism, right? Because I'm going to deflect and talk about how you're racist for saying that we're racist or MAGA's racist. So let's see what he says.
Now, look, just because there could be some racist people who...
there could be. So now he went from saying, there's probably a little bit of racism in MAGA. Now he goes, there could be. So now he's backing off of it at this point. Now it could be like if Donald's just making this up out of thin air, like this is just like not It doesn't exist. Like, is this some kind of theory? That's how he's talking. He's speaking about racism in the MAGA. Now, mind you, there's plenty of videos. There's plenty of interviews that the guys from the TYT guys, the other podcast guy, you can find them all over YouTube, where they go out to the rallies and they talk to the people, and the stuff that they've said about minorities and shit like that, the racist shit that come out of their mouth at some of these rallies. But he's gonna say they could be, like, if it's a theory, like it may not exist. Like, oh, it's a conspiracy. They could be. Right?
Support Donald Trump does not mean that Trump is racist. Like, somebody might come to my channel, they might.
So he said, so now we're on to Trump. So he's bringing Trump into it. Now I get it. MAGA is the head of MAGA is Trump, right? At the top of the spear. But I don't think Don Lemon made a statement about Trump himself. I think he was talking about MAGA, the people inside of the MAGA movement, and he was talking about black people who were supporting a movement that was supporting certain type of behaviors and ideologies. And does racist people in the MAGA movement means that Donald Trump is racist? Does that alone? No, of course not. That doesn't mean that, because, you know, but what would attract the racists to a political party if that party would? Because why aren't the racists Democrats, right? Because according to your logic, according to what you said a few minutes ago, the left and Donald Trump is racist too, right? And I would acknowledge that there is a bit of soft bigotry, of low expectations that come from, you know, many of the white liberals on the left, especially when it comes to their viewpoints of minorities in inner cities. Yes, there is some truth. There are truth to that, but the hardcore racists are not hanging around the inner cities. They're, you know, they're in their rural towns, they're in their small towns, and they have their viewpoints of, there's only one side that wants a pro-white America. I haven't heard any liberals as of this point, or any Democrats making statements or doing things that are promoting the a white only agenda, right? Like, yeah, they may feel like they do have these condescending attitudes, like, yeah, we're better than the minorities, we're smarter, we're more educated, right? They have that attitude. I would definitely acknowledge that as facts, but they're not saying that they shouldn't exist. They don't want, you know, they don't want them. Now, maybe they feel like they got to keep them around because who else is going to do the labor, right? Who's going to do the jobs that they don't want to do, right? It could be more about that. But all in all, you still get to exist. You know, you still get to have your rights. So I guess you get to pick your poison. Do you want to fight for your rights, or do you want to have no rights? I don't know. Oh, you don't have no rights. You're a second-class citizen, but you have the right to have a conservative viewpoint. You can show up. You can hang out at the church. You can come to the church with us. You can share the Bible with us and a meal or two. But just know that you're not on our level. Or you can, you know, be on the other side, and yeah, you might have to deal with some condescending white liberal jerks, but at least you can have a job and you could make a living. You don't have to worry about no one saying, hey, you don't belong here. How did you get here as a DEI, or whatever the case may be. Yeah, every once in a while you piss one of them off and they'll call you the N-word, but you get an N-word once a month, or you want an N-word every day. right? So it's kind of like pick your poison and shit. I don't know, but yeah, he's a way off here again.
Pop on my video and say, hey, ABL, there's some racists in the comments. These are your people. I don't know who could comment. Anybody can comment. You could comment. They could comment. Anybody could comment.
That's a terrible example. Come on, man. Like, I have a hard time believing this guy is not. He's being so dishonest with his commentary. And my one conclusion is that he knows Don Lemon is right. But he cannot admit that because it's not part of. It won't help his cause. He has to maintain, because he's doing mental gymnastics right now, trying to figure out a way to argue out of why Don Lemon is completely wrong. He's coming up with all kind of stuff that's just not sticking. Like, are you kidding me? The comment section, you trying to compare all that? Like, no. There's legit reasons why people believe Trump is racist, or there's reasons that people believe that MAGA, a large percentage of MAGA is racist. This is not coming out of thin air. We've been in this for almost 10 years. There's plenty of and the proximity of racism is just as dangerous as the racist itself. And pretty much Don is saying that you guys are in proximity. You guys are participating. The Black MAGA gives the racism fresh air, because it's like, hey, see, look, we got the Black MAGAs over here. There's no way we could be racist, even though your policies are anti-minority. But hey, see the couple Black MAGAs here we got? Yeah, they're making money, pushing conservative point of views. And that is always going to be the attitude unless you could criticize Trump or any other MAGA people and be able to survive. The only person that I've seen that had slight pushback, and she recovered pretty decently, even though, you know, she has her own stuff going on. I remember Candace Owens did the interview with Trump, and she mentioned, she kind of gave him pushback on the vaccine thing. She was the only person that I've seen that was not a white person, that was a non-white person, that was able to get away with slightly. And yeah, she got crushed for it a little bit online. She took her bruises, then bounced back. And then obviously when she criticized, you know, the crew, aka crew, at the other network she was at, then they fired her. So she seems to be the only one, in my opinion, that has been able to. Now I don't even consider her. I don't think she's like a Black MAGA, right? Like when you think Black MAGA, I don't even think I would even put her in that category. I think she's just on a different level. I mean, she might be, but she doesn't really like come off as, you know, like that. But she's just head over heels above like the rest of these Black MAGAs, that she's been able to like survive so many different like controversies that none of these guys will be able to survive. Like, she's put herself on the line inside the conservative movement, right? And that's pretty impressive that she survived. And I don't know, maybe because she's really has a point of view that's like resonates with a core audience, and maybe people say, oh, she's not faking it, like she's genuine. Like, she may have some wacky point of views, but she's legitimately genuine in her views, and the audience believes that. And while the other guys are kind of faking it, so they're scared to wander off, right? That's how. Or maybe it's because she's one of a kind, right? It's like, okay, she's one of a very few Black female conservatives that have these large platforms that, you know, it's really hard to cancel her because she's one of many. she's like it's just like there's not many like her over there. Yeah, there's some imitations or wannabes, but they don't have that. They don't have what she has. She has a large audience. She has a large following. The rest of these guys are kind of like just commentary. They give out commentary. They're not. They have one lane. They don't really have much else. And if they dare to criticize the Lord and Savior, their whole career is over, like done. But Candace seems to be able to slightly have times even go at it with the people in the base, have back and forth. She's built up enough credibility to where she can return back to and have the people that support her back her. And another thing, she's interviewed and also had conversations with people from different points of views. I think that's another thing people respect about her, is that she at least does have the conversations. These guys won't even have sit downs. They'll go and argue on panels, but have they had hour sit downs or 45-minute sit downs with people who are from different points of views? They probably won't, because then they'll probably get exposed of being a fraud. Like, would this guy sit down for an hour with Don Lemon and talk about, and have him like, hey, let him interview you about being a black MAGA? He probably won't, because it would be out of his wheelhouse. It would be out of his, if Elon Musk got shaken up and triggered by Don Lemon's interview, imagine with this guy. This guy wouldn't even last. He wouldn't even know what to do. So he stays in his bubble. So that's many of the black MAGA people stay within their bubble. There's a bubble inside, like a bunch of bubbles in MAGA. They stay within that lane and come out when they're told. That's how it looks from the outside. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you changed my mind. But his examples are terrible here. Comments, I mean, cool.
Like, that's not my fault at the end of the day. People.
So it's not your fault. So I guess he's trying to make an excuse for, well, it's not my fault that the guy that I like is racist. It's not my fault. But I wonder if they give that same grace to the kid in the inner city that grows up in the neighborhood, and maybe he has skills, maybe he's an athlete, and maybe he has potential to go to school, but he's in the neighborhood he grows up in a rough area, and he's around this violence all day, or he's around some really bad dudes, and he can't just get rid of them because it's part of life growing up in the rough area. I wonder if he gives that same grace. Or he'll be like, no, you gotta know, you gotta be smart enough to get away from that. You know that those are bad people, and you still hanging out with them. That's on you. You gotta eat that burden. I wonder if if we use that same logic to you and say, well, you know that this movement has certain segments of people that's like this, and why are you still supporting it? Shouldn't you know better? Why would you still do it? Right? But I would assume that they wouldn't give that inner city kid that same grace. They would say, no, he's a bad guy, he's a criminal, he should be in jail just like the rest of them, even if he didn't do nothing. Maybe he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Right? That's what they are. No dads in the home, blah, 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 ghetto mom, hoo, right? That's what they would just say. Instead of just acknowledging maybe the guy was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maybe those were his friends and he grew up with them and he's hanging out with them. Right? No, of course not. They're not gonna. That kid wouldn't get no grace from this guy. He would completely destroy that kid and call him all kind of criminals, and he should know better, stay away from these people and stuff like that. Right? Let's see.
People are gonna do what they're gonna do. I don't push racism. I push for everybody to be on one accord as a.
So he says he doesn't push racism. Okay, maybe he doesn't. But you don't have to push racism to, you can still call it out. So he's acknowledging that racism is within the MAGA movement, but he won't call it out because it's not financially beneficial. Let's just call it for what it is. He just admitted. he just acknowledged that he lightly acknowledged, then he tried to walk it back, but now he's kind of saying, well, I can't really control if the people in the comments say things that are racist and blah blah blah, I just can't. It's not on me. It's them, it's my fans, it's my supporters. If they want to be hateful, let them, I can't do nothing about that. What can I do? They give me money, they watch my videos, give me views, but, no, you can do something. Because it is, if you say you want everybody to get along, then you should be able to comfortably get on camera, even as a black MAGA person, and speak out against racism. You should be able to do that. Especially since you have already admitted that that it exists. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with saying, hey, we all should get along. This is not how we should be better than this. This is not how conservatives should purport themselves. We got to be better than the other. Even if you want to take a jab at the left, we got to be better than the left, right? Make it so where it comes off as you being accountable, holding your people accountable, and taking a little jab at the other side if you want to, put on a little show. Like, that's so easy to do. You can do that. But to sit here and be in denial, be like, oh, no, I can't help that. It's not my fault. And, they can do what they do. I'm just trying to preach, I'm just trying to make sure. Ugh, no, come on. No. The people who, the right-hand man to evil is just as bad as the person that's evil. That's just how it goes. Or even worse, right? If you're not willing to speak out against evil, but you're willing to be in proximity of evil and wanting to be in the same room with evil and hang out with evil, then that makes you evil. You can't wishy-washy it. You can't try to hide it or deny it. It just doesn't. You can't talk your way out of that. And the black MAGA people have that's the responsibility. That's the whole point of if you becoming MAGA and being able, and you feel like, hey, this is a place that is accepting to black people, then you need to make it known that, hey, this is what I stand for, and this is why you should do. This should not be accepted. And tell other people. And make sure you understand that. Be real. Look, will it pan out for you? I mean, you probably won't make as much money as you do if you lean into the anti-blackness and shit. No, of course not. You're not gonna make as much money because some people only watch you or follow you to hear the anti-black shit, right? That's just how they get their rocks off. And so you might lose that crowd. Okay, big deal. But if your goal is to be positive and be great and to let people know, hey, America's a great place and it's great when everyone is doing great, not just white people or people who want to be in proximity of whiteness. No, it's great for everybody. We all should be treated equally and respectfully across the board, and we should not accept or promote hatefulness. And I would say keep it at hatefulness if you don't want to use races, because I know race could be, especially coming from a black man complaining about racism, that may turn off conservatives. They may not want to see that. That's like, oh, come on, black man, here you go again. Use hateful. Use hateful, because that's more broad and it would apply to everybody, black, women, LGBT, any other backgrounds. And I know conservatives and LGBT is a little topic, so maybe leave them out of it if you want. But women would, I guarantee you, the women would appreciate that, especially considering that they know, even the conservative women who are trying to put on a brave face, behind the scenes, like I said, they get treated like shit. They get treated like shit in the conservative movement, and they know it. But if they see a man come out and not afraid to say, hey, you know, we should be against this, they would fucking respect you. You'll probably see an uptick in female supporters immediately from conservative females, because they'll quietly support you, because they'll be like, yes, a man that finally is not like thinking that we're less than the men. And you probably even get some left-leaning women to start watching, or even left-leaning people, because they'll spread the word. Yeah, that guy, yeah, he might be conservative and black, but at least he ain't like, he's speaking out against the hateful. And that could be respected. Yeah, you'll lose that far right fringe, but you want to lose them anyway, honestly. You don't want them supporting you anyway. I'm just saying, you really don't. Let them go back into their corners. Go back into the cave where they belong. So that would be my advice. But of course, you don't want to mess up your 1.08 mil, because he's paying you a lot of money, making a nice little paycheck, you know. And he's an older guy, so he's not like the younger Black MAGA. So I know he understands that, but you know, maybe the money's too good. Who knows?
American citizens. Now, we got to get into the whole piece about Don Lemon attacking black people for being Trump supporters. But first, a word from our sponsor. Online data brokers will sell.
We're not doing that. Fuck that sponsorship. No offense. I'm pretty sure you got decent sponsors, but I'm going to rant on about sponsors in a minute anyway. Another time, another show. Let me get to the part that's important here. There you go.
You want us to get filthy rich so that we can invest in your funds.
To Don Lemon, try to tell us that if you are a Black MAGA, then I don't understand what's going on. Something's wrong with you. Check it out.
It's the same thing that when I see not all black Republicans, but I see a black MAGA person who is carrying Donald Trump's water and they know that he's lying. It is the shortest line to the front.
Where's the lie? It is the shortest line to the front. It is. The proof is already in the pudding. And when Donald Trump lies, no black MAGAs comes out and calls it out. Not one. Yeah, you know, Trump was lying there, or Trump was wrong about that. Not one time have I ever seen it. I've looked, I searched. Show me. Name one black, like I said, Candace Owens might be the only black person I've ever seen on the conservative side that, from a one that's like, would be, like I said, I don't even know if I would consider Candace Owens MAGA, but if I was to say yes, because she's been in proximity of MAGA, she's like the only person that I've seen that have ever even had any type of questioning of Donald Trump, of a few things. So like questionable stuff, like nothing like hardcore, but none of these other guys have ever considered it once. It's all either an excuse or they're waiting to see what the others say. If the others don't say anything, then they repeat what they say later on. And Don is right. And I find it funny because I wonder if he's going to bring up now maybe Mr. Anthony here is going to talk about how, well, you know, what Donald Trump said, that if you're black and you vote for Kamala Harris, you need your head examined. Now maybe Anthony had a problem with that. Maybe Anthony thought, hey, that's not right to say. Like, you know, that's kind of off. Why would you say that about black people? Right? Because remember, they had a whole lot to say when Joe Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Right? That was a big thing in the conservative side. Oh my God, could you believe what he said to black people? He just said if they don't vote for him, he's not black. Unbelievable. Oh my God. Are you still going to support after that? Oh my God. Like it was like Panama. Like that thing, you would have thought they done murdered St. Teresa down the street or some shit. Like someone's grandma got killed on a Sunday or something. Like, right? Like that's how crazy the black MAGA people went and trying to spread that around. But crickets when it came to Trump saying, I don't know. I think if you vote for Kamala Harris and you're black, you need your head examined, right? And he said that also about the Jews. And he said Jewish people the same thing. I think he also said the same about another group. But what was Black MAGA at on that? Did Anthony come out with a video talking about, hey, that was kind of wrong for what he said. That's not how I would. That's not good. The single, probably not. Now, look, I've been wrong a couple times. I assume Anthony's went one way and he surprised me. So maybe he does have a video up that addresses that. Maybe. So let's see what he says about Don Lemon talking about Black MAGA and his not being rational. Let's see how he spins this.
Now, lying about what? Because there goes your AstroTurf campaign. Oh, he lies. He lies. He lies. He lies. Lies about what?
Lies about what? That's the. Come on, dude. He would. So, whoa. He won't even acknowledge that Trump has lied. He's saying what? Like if it doesn't exist. Like, oh, he's just making it up. Like Trump doesn't lie. Who? Trump? No way. Trump has never told a lie in his life. Never. I think he thinks that we don't have the internet. Maybe he thinks we're all just like living inside of a shoebox and we just in an alternate universe. Is he really going to try to defend that part of the comment? He picked that part. What do you mean he don't lie? Lie like what? I thought he was going to go start off with the other part. He dived right into the lie. He's a lie. What do you mean lie? Who lies? He doesn't lie. He's never lied. He's told every truth in the world. Never, never, never. He would never lie.
Like, tell me, you guys just say that.
You guys just nice. See, what did Don say? Holding the water. This is what he's doing. He's holding the water for Trump right here. This is the holding the water moment, Mr. Logan. This is what you're doing. You're doing exactly what Don said. You're proving his point.
And expect us to just believe it without providing any kind of proof or examples.
Because
I don't know. Maybe Don had examples during the full podcast. I don't know. We would have to watch that to find out. I'm not going to watch that whole episode. I can't take Bill Maher more than to be honest, or Don Lemon in long doses. I mean, both, Don's, I've warmed up to Don a little bit more, but I still don't. I wouldn't watch a 2-hour podcast of Don Lemon or Bill Maher or mostly nobody. Yeah, maybe he gave examples. So is he being honest here? Because he knows his audience is not going to watch that full podcast. So now, if you was a honest person, you would have said, well, you either two things. You would have said, I watched the whole thing and he didn't give any examples. Or if you want to, I don't know if he gave examples or not, you can go watch it for yourself. Because are we supposed to take your word for it? That you're not lying? Right? How do we know he didn't give examples? Are you going to explain that part or are you just going to gloss over it? Let's see.
if you're black and you're whatever, you're just in line with a bunch of other Democrats that are doing the same thing that you're doing. But if you become a black MAGA person, it's like, whoa, let's book this person, let's put him on television. So
you know what? I hear that quite a bit from people on the internet. That's an ignorant point of view.
It's not an ignorant point of view. It's kind of true. Proof is in the pudding, dude. It's true. And Don Lemon, I think Don Lemon would know this considering that he worked in network television. You don't. He worked in network television. He also was a black Republican. I think he would know.
I don't go on TV much. I don't get a lot of TV offers, yet I still got 1 million subscribers on YouTube, 111 or so thousand on Instagram, 100,000 combined on Facebook.
Yeah. Yeah, you got all those views and stuff like that. It's not just cable TV. You were linked to other popular black conservatives. So let's not act like you haven't been on panels. You may not have been on network television, but you have been on panels with other popular conservatives and different where a lot of that culture space takes place at. Because a lot of the conservatives, besides like Fox News, where it gets the large audience, but mostly from the older crowd, most of the under 50 conservative audience is on social media. They're on YouTube, they're on Rumble and places like that. So yes, you probably have a large base of people of network that spread around. So you're being dishonest again, trying to act like you're just some guy on the internet that people just found you. No, you very well are in the space. See how he's trying to like, and then he makes it about him. Don Lemon's not saying, oh, no black conservatives are ever. No, it is a point of view to get black conservatives on the air. That's very true. I mean, how could you act like you don't know that? But again, he's being dishonest to his audience. He's being dishonest. This whole review of this clip is just a dishonest piece of work here.
And I've been doing this for a long time, made a good life for myself. I think I'm doing pretty good. If that's the whole thing, oh, you're trying to get on TV and have success. I don't need TV to have success. I've been self-employed 20 years. I never had.
And he's responding like if Don is talking to him directly. Like it'd be one thing if Don said, yeah, you know, that Anthony Logan guy, he's a black MAGA, but he just wanted to get fame and get on TV. Don is talking about in general. He's not saying you, Anthony Logan. But now he's coming back and making it personal. I don't understand where he's going with this line of ranting. It's like he almost did not, it's like he's purposely representing what this reaction is supposed to be about. But maybe he's doing that because he doesn't really have any rebuttal to what Don Lemon is saying. So he's saying, oh, let me make it on about me because at least I can try to prove that point. I can't really argue against the generalization of the black MAGA. I only can speak for myself, and which is fine if that's the case. Then say, hey, I can't speak for the rest of MAGA, but for me, that's not the case. And he could have left it at that and moved on. But he's going into all this other stuff, and come on, like he being this this guy is just not an honest guy.
Had to deal with an employer like you have, Don Lemon. Nothing against being employed, nothing against that. But what I'm saying is this whole message of, oh, if you're a black, quote unquote, MAGA, you're able to get opportunities economically. I mean, that's not really the case. You got to be good at whatever you do in order to get to where you want to be. And we're talking about network TV, those who get opportunities for real. Let's go to your old network, Don Lemon, CNN. How many heterosexual black men are allowed on there to have their own show? Crickets, okay.
Let's book this person. Let's put him on television.
So you don't
Let's
think you can
promote-
be a sincere black MAGA person?
No, I just said, I don't think that, I just said, I think there can be sincere Republicans.
But you can't be a sincere black Republican?
What is the difference between a Republican and a MAGA?
There is a difference. There is a difference. There is a slight difference. And you already asked that question in the beginning of your video. We have Republicans like Michael Steele, black Republicans, or others, the guys from like the Bulwark, and you got Anna and others who were Republicans. And then you got the MAGA Republicans. There is a difference. Even the MAGAs will tell you there's a difference. That's why they call some of the Republicans rhinos. Republicans, like, you got a different segment of Republicans. But you know what he means. Like trying to play it off. He's basically saying the MAGA Republicans and the Republicans. Right? He knows what he means. I think he's playing. He's playing.
Like, give me the people like this will say things that they think are very smart and intelligent.
Look, we don't know if he gives the example. Did Bill Maher question him? Did Bill Maher ask him the difference between the two? Who knows? I mean, this is kind of a sit down. This is like a lounge that's on video. Is this like a real interview? Is this like Bill Maher's not a journalist, so he's probably not going to have follow up to that? Who knows? Let's find out if he did ask him that. He probably didn't. Well, let's see. It's a 50-second clip he's responding to. So maybe the full podcast, he gets into detail about the difference between the two. Right? Bill Maher's a TV guy. Maybe he did ask him, hey, Don, what's the difference between a Republican and a MAGA, in your view? And Don probably told him. But will this guy acknowledge that? Yay or nay? No, because he needs to take his dig.
Intelligent and informed, but it's surface level at best. When you really dig down into it and ask them to expound, they have nothing. All they have is surface level talking points, and that's it. Because they are used to being on television where all you need is talking points on a surface level. For a 3-minute hit, you're reading the teleprompter. You can't really do a long form podcast and truly express your beliefs because you don't have anything.
What are you talking about? This guy has a podcast. He has the Don Lemon Show on a podcast that he goes a couple hours and talks topics. And he goes, I mean, you're talking about the wrong person here. Is he saying that Don cannot express his point of view? I disagree with that. I think he's done it already on the podcast plenty of times. He does it at almost every show that I've seen. I've watched a few of his episodes, the short ones. But he's done that already. So I don't understand what he's saying. And Don, I remember one time Don even acknowledged that, oh, well, the difference between like having the cable where you get to hit the talking points for a few minutes and then have a long form conversation. He likes the long form conversation. He welcomes it. But I really want to know why is he pretending that, is he going to tell us that Bill Maher followed up, or is he just going to ignore it? I think he's going to ignore it. That's why he's saying this part. Let me see.
Behind your basic 3-minute hit talking points.
I don't think that you can be a rational MAGA, be black and be a rational MAGA person. I think you can be black and be a Republican.
I think they would find that very insulting.
Well, I mean, the truth is often insulting. It's the same thing that
All right, so there we go. That's Don Lemon talking about the black MAGAs. If you're a black MAGA, you can't be a rational person. You're just doing that to get attention. Look, as I close, I want to say this. If I wanted attention, if I wanted money, I would go to the left. Haven't we seen Black Lives Matter? Billions of dollars they raised. They had a whole big real estate portfolio. When I watch...
Okay, this don't make any sense. He says if he wanted attention, he goes to the left. Well, no, you don't get... Who you think got that money? Those lesbians that got that money. You're not a lesbian. You're not a female. You actually, if you came to the left, you actually be at the bottom. you'd be at the bottom. You would not be looked upon as anything important. There are plenty of people. You be in competition with like 50 other black men who are doing the same podcast type stuff. You wouldn't be anything significant. You're not different. So no, you would not make millions like BLM. BLM is a terrible example because that was an organization that was corrupt and it was not run by anybody that would be considered someone who people even knew or trusted. For the most part, that was run behind the scenes. You could, you know what I'm saying? Like that was like a ghost. And the guy, and because I remember the one black guy who was like a significant, what was that guy name from Baltimore? I forgot his name. I think it was Baltimore. And they made fun of him with the jacket inside the movie, the Apes movie. And there was a big thing about that. That guy didn't get rich. And he was on the front lines. I forgot his name. Fuck. What was that dude's name? He was out in the march for the Freddie Gray thing, I think, out in Baltimore. When that whole thing popped off. I think it was Freddie Gray. But he didn't get rich. Matter of fact, where the fuck is he? You wouldn't even hear shit about him. He didn't make a dime. He didn't get nothing. I think he was supposed to run for office at one point. Because you ain't, like, black men in the Democrat space is not a significant importance up in the ladder. It's just not. When it comes to, it's like black men in the left is only important when they dead. Let's just be honest. So no, you wouldn't have made any money if you wanted to go left. You wouldn't have made nothing. You would have been fighting for crumbs. Because you're not, unless you wanted to go, maybe if you went into the entertainment space and started doing stupid ass clickbait, tabloid trash, yeah, you probably made a few dollars from that. But that's not like a left or right thing. I mean, anybody could do that on a faceless channel, right? I mean, you could do that from fucking Uganda and make a bunch of money. But yeah, I disagree with that. I mean, the BLM is a terrible example. That's just like, yeah, those people made money. Like a handful, like one or two people got rich, and then they bought homes, and they even got in trouble. I think they were like even almost prosecuted. So you saying that you would have committed crimes? I don't know. Come on, man. Like, that's just crazy talk.
Cable news, when I watch MSNBC, CNN, ABC, when I watch all the mainstream media networks, I see who they want on there if you're a black person. They want you to be LGBT a lot of times. They want you to be an effeminate and soft and gay black man. Shout out to all the LGBTs watching who are cool, but you know exactly what I mean. They want you to be soft and effeminate if you're a black man, because if you are more aggressive, you're too dominant, and it turns off the audience.
Wait, Van Jones is gay? I didn't know that. I thought he was banging white chicks. I'm confused. What is he talking about? Is he talking? I've seen a couple gay Republican black men on TV. That the guy who worked for Trump the first time, what was that black dude name? Something Darius or Paris or some shit. He was on he used to go on CNN. Yeah, they have the other guy, a couple of the, what was that guy name? I forgot that one guy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they do. They probably do want a more feminine. They have other black men on. They have black men on. Like, he's being dishonest again. This is what he's doing. I mean, Michael Steele is a black guy. He's straight. Now, he's not a Democrat, but you called him a leftist. So, by your logic, if we're using your words, Michael Steele. But I say Michael Steele is not a leftist, but you did. You said that in the beginning of the video. But he got his own show. He's on it. He has a show. So yeah, I mean, look, maybe there are just not that many black men on TV that want to be on TV like that. Who knows? We don't know the reason behind that. We don't know. But they do have black men on that are not gay. I think you're just being dishonest again with that. You know? Is he saying that, oh, well, the left-leaning networks don't want any masculine men on TV? I mean, so they want Scott, what's that guy named? The one that gets on and say racist shit? So they want racist white men on, racist white right-wingers on the network, but no masculine black men? How does that make any sense? They literally have shouting matches on the air with the men, and the women are the black women are sitting there having to defend themselves. Have you seen the clips on CNN? They're literally having shouting matches. You were talking about masculine. Are you kidding me? So they say, oh, no masculine black men, but yeah, let's have the racist far right white guys on, and black women also who can come off as masculine at times. No offense. But that's all cool. That's what you're saying? I mean, come on. Come on. And even the LGBT black men who get fucking aggressive at times, I've seen them go off on the air. So if you're saying masculine black men, are you saying that gay black men can't be masculine? Because there are plenty gay black men that are masculine. They just happen to be gay. So I don't know, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? These guys he's just deflected through this whole video and had not dispute one claim that Don said. Did you find that funny? He did not dispute anything that Don said to be untrue. He just said, oh, well, you know, he really, the only time he really had a rebuttal was when Don said Trump lied. That's when he really was like, oh, shit. Everything else that Don said, he really didn't have a defense for it. He kind of deflect. He was like, yeah, maybe, they might be, they might not be, they could be. And he kind of moved on quick. But then when Don said Trump lies, he went on this whole, oh, what do you mean he lies? Lies about what? He didn't lie. He doesn't lie. You can't really say what he lied about. You can't get into detail, this, and that. So he had to make sure he do a response video and let people know, hey, see, I'm defending Trump. I don't believe what they're saying about him. You see me, I'm doing a good job. I got my 45 hat on, and I'm letting you know that I'm on the job. And you're doing exactly what Don said in the clip. Holding the water for the Trump lies. That's what you did. Your whole review was that. Like that, the perfect, like what Don said is weird. It's like almost like a mirror was put up to your face as you were responding to Don Lemon's clip. You had a mirror up because you did exactly what he said. You just did it. So, did he say anything else?
Who say they love black people, who say they're not racist, right? So that's one thing. And then the other thing is you got to be a leftist because all the mainstream media.
There he goes with that leftist thing again. There he goes with that left. Where does he get this leftist thing from? Like, who's telling him this? This is what I mean. Like, he says that Don was like, he's not intelligent, he's not smart because he can't really explain why this, and he just gives you talking points. But your whole response was talking points. Leftist. Like, everybody's a leftist? Like, they only want leftists. And then the people that he said were leftists are not leftists. So where does he getting this leftist from? Who's telling him that these people it must be like a MAGA right-wing talking point himself. Because these people are not leftists. None of these people, you rarely see any leftists on TV. They're hardly on TV. You may hear a few here, a few there, but they're not like all over television. Believe it or not, the Liberal Party, the Democrats, the mainstream Democrats don't like leftists. They're not big fans of the leftists. And you would know this if you were not in the echo chamber. They're not big fans of the leftists. Why do you think that whole in 2020 they made sure they plopped Biden up there, even though Biden couldn't even walk? And they were like, oh, we can't have anyone who's close to a leftist in policies. Biden was the closest thing to an establishment that we could find. Yeah, he might be 95 years old, but he's gonna be the one that get all the votes together. Because we can't justify nominating someone who may have a position that is too left of Democrat. Right? Like, you gotta understand that, and that's MSNBC, right? You talk about the people who are on that show, the Jen Psaki's, the Simone Sanders. Those are Biden type Democrats. Michael Steele is a Republican who is a never Trumper. So all those people are establishment Democrats that are on these television networks. They're not leftists. They're not leftists at all. Like I said, maybe one, maybe two. I don't think a leftist even has their own show on the cable network, to be honest. But I'm thinking maybe there's one. I don't know. Most of the popular ones are typically more establishment liberals and more in line with the Democrat establishment. Because if they were leftists, trust me, Biden wouldn't have made it past the primaries. He wouldn't have been the nominee because they would have forced him out long before that. You think that a bunch of leftists wanted Biden as president to keep going? You think they wanted him as a nominee? You think that they would have risked putting him up knowing if they will? You think the leftists would have backed Biden? Leftists hates Biden. They would stay home before they vote for Biden. And the only reason why they came out probably and voted for Biden that time was because they had a black woman on the ticket. And that made them feel a little comfortable. Like, black women made it a little bit comfortable, a little bit, even though I don't think Kamala was anywhere near progressive, but at least it gave it the illusion that, hey, it's not an old white guy. So they decided, and they didn't want Trump. This is 2020 I'm talking about. But the leftists ain't got no goddamn, they ain't got no power in fucking media, and all these networks. They got zero power. They got no say. They don't have that. They don't have that same, gravitas as the MAGA movement does on the right. Right? They don't have that, and that's one of the main problems. Right? They don't have that will. They can't. Trust me, if they had that kind of power, you wouldn't be seeing Gavin Newsom and these establishments trying to run further right. They would be too scared to do it because they will see, oh, those leftists will get us. No, they're going right because they know who's gonna stop them. Nobody. That's why when they had new leadership, they went with the 74-year-old white dude instead of picking AOC. Because progressive left, they have no fucking power. They're nothing. No movement, no nothing in the party to move anything. And at least in leadership. I'm not gonna say they didn't have any power. They got people, they know how to organize, but they don't have the media, they don't have leadership. They just allow voices at times. So why does he keep calling them leftists? I don't know.
Is dominated by leftists.
Leftists again. By who?
So I don't understand what he's talking about.
I don't understand what you're talking about when you say leftists. Which leftist is dominating what? Where's the leftist is dominating? Tell me, somebody.
Kind of strange. Like I said, if I wanted to get money, I would go to that side.
No, you wouldn't, because you don't even know what side you would be going to. What side would you be going to? Where are you going? You wouldn't. Because if you think that you would become a leftist and make money, I got news for you. You're gonna be on food stamps, buddy. Those people ain't making no money. Yeah, maybe one or two of them, but they ain't no lane for you. You made the right choice. And like I said, when Don was talking about the MAGA, Black MAGA, he didn't single you out. He was saying it as a generalization. Whether you agree or disagree with the generalization, I guess each person will make that determination. But you're responding like he directly mentioned you by name. I don't know. Do they got some history? I don't know. Maybe he is talking about him. I don't know.
Be out there talking about Black Lives Matter, hands up, don't shoot. I can get some of that U.S. aid money. I'm able to get some of that George Soros money.
No, you're not, dude. You're not getting, you wouldn't get any of that money. Okay? Well, this is the major deflection. This is a major deflection. Which is so odd that he's wasting his time on this when considering what's currently going on. I wonder if he did a video about the cancer alley. Did he talk about that? I wonder if he mentioned that. I wonder if he did a video about that. My guess would be no. Because he knows that's not a popular video. His supporters do not care about black people, a community of black people, and pollution. And a plant that's importing bad air that's causing cancer in the community that's predominantly black. Like his audience doesn't give two shits about that. Like, oh, so what? Let him die. He wouldn't do a video. He wouldn't waste 10 minutes on that because he knows he would immediately start losing subscribers if he did. And that's the whole point. That's Don Lemon's full point. In a nutshell. That's fine. Let's go on. Let me see if he finishes off anything else.
I'm able to get all of that. I'm able to get that white guilt money. That white guilt is
that white guilt money. You get white conservative money. That white guilt money. You hear this guy? He's hitting all the hits. USDA. He did USAID. He didn't even know that existed probably until like 2 months ago. Let's be honest, okay? Let's act like George Soros money, he's saying. These are all right-wing talking points. Okay? He's lying. He's full of it. Sorry, man. Not buying it.
is a whole big racket worth billions of dollars. I'm just true to myself.
A whole big racket of billions of dollars. Where? Where's this billions of dollars at that he speaks of? Come on. Come on now. He's lying. You know? He's just making up stuff. And here's the funny part. So, this guy here, right? He says, "Oh, I'm just some YouTuber. I'm not anybody. I grew my video." You made movies, dude. You're a fucking director. You're a writer. You made a video with he put his videos in the IMDb. He did a video reaction, and he put it in the he put it in the that website where, you know, movie people and shit like that. He has a profile in that. And he's sitting at the table. So he's trying to pretend that he's just some YouTube guy that no one knows. Right? So let me pull this up. Let me pull this over here. He's like, I don't know. How did I get my 1.1 million subscribers? I just worked hard and grinded it on YouTube. Yep. I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did, buddy. But let's look at this. And this is where we're talking about the dishonesty of people in this space. Right? Now, here we go right here. Let me put this up. You see that? This is his IMDb. And he is known for... Now, these are the photos he had. Let's look at the photos first. You know who these people are. These are some very prominent people. One, Jesse Lee Peterson, who's a big conservative talk show guy. He's been on network TV. He has his own show. That's, I believe, Alan West, conservative, Texas. I think he was also a Texas chair, or Republican chair. Big deal in the Republican space. I'm pretty sure knowing these people and these large platforms that they have and the reach that they have helped you get your 1 million YouTube subscribers. Pretty sure that helped. That's Officer Brandon Tatum, who's also a big YouTuber and big influencer, and all big Trumpers. And I don't know who this guy is. I never heard of him. I think his name is Chad. Is that Chad something? I don't know who that is, but another guy who's might be also big. So this is remember that movie that was promoted that I think Larry Elder did a movie or a series a couple years back called Uncle Tom. They all was in it, and it was a big hit in the conservative space. So let's not act like you just like some guy plopped up on YouTube giving MAGA opinions and then you got 1 million. No, you're a MAGA conservative influencer. You are a star in the MAGA space as a black MAGA. You're exactly what Don Lemon was talking about. You made a lot of money. You get paid well to be a black conservative. Now, whether your views of conservatism is true or not, yeah, but there's no way you would have been able to replicate that as a lefty, especially if you are claiming to truly be a conservative. There would be no way, there's no room for any black conservative to make any type of money as a Democrat. There are plenty of black conservatives that are Democrats because of policies and different policies, and they're not subject to make money on the left. There's like I said, there's a very small percentage of people, because a lot of those people on the left that fight for issues and are passionate about things, they're not making any money. Some of those movements are started from the grassroots. They have no money behind it, and they grow over time. It takes years. You telling me you would have grinded it out for years before you got to the big bucks, instead of just saying, hey, I'm going to be a black Republican and I can get to that money pretty quickly? When Don Lemon says jump to the front of the line, that's exactly what he's talking about. You're not building up a platform to 1 million subscribers that quickly, grinding it, saying, oh yeah, pretending to be left leaning. It just doesn't work that way. And if you did grow a platform, no guarantee you would make money. Yeah, you might have numbers, you may have a bunch of viewers, but that doesn't translate to money. Because a lot of people that are fighting for issues, they're fighting. Unless you want to pump out 4 or 5 ads on a video, that whole ad that he did, he said he had one ad. And I've seen a few left-leaning podcasts that I've watched, which annoys me that those people have like 4 or 5 fucking ads in their videos because they're not making no fucking money. Right? They have like, I'm telling you, there's like 3 or 4 different left-leaning podcasts that I've been like checking out lately just to, get some different point of views. And they're all, and I can't get through their whole episodes because they have like fucking 5 ads. And I'm like, oh my God, another ad. And it's not like an ad from like YouTube ad. It's their ad. Like they're promoting a product, pushing some kind of fucking stupid ass product that they probably don't even use themselves, which annoys the shit out of me. But he had one ad in this video. Because he knows he doesn't have to push ads. He doesn't have to push ads because he's making money. He's probably connected to some agency, some right-leaning agency, who probably said, hey, we need you to get out there and put a response video on. But he is definitely not some random guy that just, I just worked hard from the top, from the bottom. And no. He even has a fucking agent. Right? He has an agent. He's been in a bunch of movies, a bunch of TV series. He's probably connected to some kind of a casting call. He's been in a bunch of movies. He was in Officer Tatum movie in 2016. He was in ABL. He was in Uncle Tom, Black Assertive Reaction to My Children Be Friends with White People. Something about, so he's been all over the place. He's not some rando that just popped up on the scene. He has an agent, he has a publicist, he has a company contact, all that stuff. Come on, man. But he wants to sit here and pretend, just, who knows if those connections were not connected to him being a black conservative, right? We don't know that. I mean, I don't have proof of that. But the timing is off. His first film happened when? His first film was in 2015. 2016. Pretty coincidence. What was going on during that time? I guess we'll never know. Will we?
A lot of guys and girls are like me. We just true to ourselves and being honest. We're not doing what we do just to get a reaction or try to get some kind of special kind of treatment from the white man.
Okay.
Hey, Don Lemon, I know you know about getting treated well by the white man. Okay, ask your white husband. Okay, look, I don't got to be gay. I don't got to be married to a white man or nothing like that to get up in my career to be.
Now he's attacking the guy personally. Yep. So there you have it, folks. When you get personal, you know you lost. And this was kind of. So let's see what else we got. Yeah, he didn't have much of a response to that. He didn't really give us. And I don't want to watch. I know Tim Pool's probably gonna have something different. Just loaded. Who's just loaded? I don't know. I've been here a while. Should I watch another reaction? Bill Maher checks Don Lemon on MAGA. Did he really check him though? I don't think so. I don't want to watch that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna stick to just that for now. I'm gonna stick to just that. Look, this whole thing is crazy because when you talking about Don, look, Don Lemon was kind of right, guys. That's all I'm saying. And the Black MAGA's rebuttals are just not holding up. Right? This guy, he went into attack mode personally. What does him being gay or his husband has anything to do with Don's commentary? Who cares? Right? Who cares? And what are you mentioning white man for? I thought we wasn't doing labels. But he said no labels, but then he went on to talk about the man's sexuality and all this other stuff. I don't know, man. That sounds like some female tactics you just pulled. Like typical, like typical of like his black mama. You're like, yeah, you know, your daddy ain't shit either, and he broke, and da 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 da. Like, dude, that ain't it. Let's see what else we can talk about here. I might have to take a quick break, to be honest, because I gotta take care of something. Let me see if I could play something in the background. But there is something interesting that I do want to play. So Don Lemon had on Clay Kane, and they were talking about this. So, and Clay actually had some good points. It was reacting to his article. So I want to play that. That's about 20 minutes long. And maybe I'll play that and then yeah, I might want to let me see. So Don Lemon had Clay Kane on, and they were discussing the complexities of Black Republicans and the rise of the MAGA politics and the implications of identity within the GOP during a conversation with Don Lemon. So Clay, in this video, he's going to critique the current state of Black Republicans, questioning their alignment with MAGA. He's going to reference the historical Black Republican figures and contrast them with leaders like Herschel Walker, or so-called leaders. And Kane will also address the higher standard placed on those who criticize Trump compared to Trump's own actions. And which is a good point there because, like I said, the Black Republicans, the Black MAGAs came out so strong in reaction to Don Lemon's critique, but they were very quiet on Donald Trump. It's almost like they hold Don Lemon to a higher standard than Donald Trump himself, who's the president of the United States and the leader of the MAGA party, MAGA movement. They don't hold him in high regards at all, which is kind of weird. So I thought this Clay Kane guy made some really good points, and we're going to play this video. And you guys, I'll react to it afterwards. Let me see if I could bring this in. Yeah. All right. Let's play this video, and I'll be right back.
Rational to be a Black MAGA person, but you know, if you want to be a conservative or Republican, I'd say more power to you. That seems more rational to me than being that. So why are these people going after me since my conversation on Bill Maher's podcast? What's up with that? What did you think of this, I don't know, ginned up outrage?
I thought of my grandfather who would always say, a hit dog will holler. A hit dog will holler. That's why you're upset. I mean, listen, as you pointed out, and I broke down in my book, there's a distinction between Republicans and between MAGA. And as far as Black Republicans and Black MAGA, There's a reason why you don't have Colin Powell in the party anymore, of course, who's no longer with us, but he leaves the party. There's a reason why you barely hear from Condoleezza Rice. There's a reason why you barely hear from J.C. Watts. People who I disagreed with politically, but I didn't feel like they were grifters or they were hustlers or they were just tied to Donald Trump. How did Black Republicans go from Jackie Robinson to Herschel Walker? How did Black Republicans go from Frederick Douglass, one of my heroes, to Clarence Thomas, right? It's been this wild downward spiral. And what's funny about all the people getting upset with you for saying that, they have a higher standard for you than their own president. Think about how in October of 2024, Donald Trump, who was running for president, said that any Black person, any African American who doesn't vote for him needs their head examined. Think about that. Yet you're more upset at Don Lemon. But the other side of it is that for the Black MAGA folks who are running for Congress, or the Black MAGA influencers, we kind of know how this story is going to end. We saw with Stacey Dash. We saw with Omarosa. So you might go on your apology tour eventually. Maybe you'll succeed and go really far, like Cotton to Congress, Tim Scott. But I just think it's quite funny they were so triggered. Yet we're the ones.
Yeah, it's always like the folks who say, liberals are snowflakes and everybody's snowflake. First of all, I'm not a liberal. I'm not a conservative. I am an independent-minded person. I'm even registered as an independent. So I just don't believe in political parties. But I believe at this point, and I said it before the election, the Democrats are the only ones at least trying to keep the democracy intact. I don't believe that they're doing a good enough job. But anyway, this is not about them. Look. What was interesting to me, I think this conversation, if I have it right, kicked off when, well, I don't know if it kicked off, but part of the conversation was Bill Maher talking about the sketch with Tom Hanks on the 50th anniversary of SNL, where he was a Black MAGA person with the Make America Great Again hat on, playing Black Jeopardy, and he didn't want to shake the Black man's hand. Now, he was just probably startled. I don't know what the thing was, but people are saying, well, that's not true. That would never happen. There's a man that wouldn't shake Kamala Harris's hand as she was swearing in his wife to be a senator. Like, what gives here?
Yeah. Well, there's also a man who ran for president that thought he was the gatekeeper of Blackness and said that Kamala Harris just turned Black. Every Black MAGA person, every Black Republican should have been speaking out against that. This is also the same man that said that Black folks, I'm paraphrasing here, can relate to him because he has a mugshot. And folks on Fox News said because he's selling gold shoes. I mean, as Will Hurd said, one of the few Black GOP folks who've been in Congress, he represented Texas. There was an issue with racism in the Republican Party and now the MAGA Party. So don't gaslight me and tell me that you have the guy who for 5 years ran this racist, in my opinion, campaign against President Barack Obama. Then you're surprised that the overwhelming majority of Black folks don't support you. And so when you see certain people, like you said, there's a quicker line to the front. In my book, The Grift, I talk about a conversation I had with someone who said he's going to become a Republican. At that point, they weren't saying MAGA because it's better consumerism. So maybe y'all are being hustled by some of these alleged Black MAGA folks. Maybe they actually aren't sincere and they just want your donations.
Well, you remember when Donald Trump said if he was going to run as president, he would run as a Republican because, I'm paraphrasing here, because they're so gullible, right?
Right.
So that's him. And so he found the shortest line to the front as well, right? So you agree with that? It's the shortest line to the front, and that I don't know. Is it out of desperation? Is it just? I think it's just out of ambition.
Well, the other thing too is that the Black Republicans who have been in Congress and tried to do really good work, they were pushed out. I know this is 20 years ago. A lot of the younger folks may not know, but look at the story of J.C. Watts. J.C. Watts fought for affirmative action. I want to remind people, Arthur Fletcher is a Black Republican. He was the architect of affirmative action. They destroyed his own policy. In my own book, In the Grift, I interviewed Michael Steele, former RNC chair, and he told me there is no space for Black people in the GOP right now.
Yeah.
He said that to me, Michael Steele.
Yeah, I interviewed him when he was head. Why is that though? You said, I don't know how my party, went from this to that. How did it go? Why is there no space for black folks or black Republicans in the Republican Party?
It comes from a man named Senator Edward Brooke of Massachusetts. He was the first black man elected to Senate in the North, and he said, this is his words: the Negro has not left the Republican Party. The Negro has been evicted from the Republican Party. And what happened during that time span? The Republican Party made a blood oath to the Southern strategy. Barry Goldwater, all these folks. And they said, you know what? And then it began to shift in the 1930s with FDR. But when they decided to align themselves with Barry Goldwater and the Dixiecrats, the party switched. And Senator Edward Brooke, a name they never mentioned Edward Brooke. He said the Negro has been evicted from the party. So when you have the Southern strategy, when you have the welfare queen narrative, when you have the Willie Horton ad, when you have the hate against President Barack Obama, when you have the attacks on Kamala Harris, it shouldn't surprise you. And then lastly, Don, the policies. What's the Republican Party's policy for fair housing? Oh, I know, gut the PAVE action plan that just happened recently. What's their policy for voting rights? Gut the Voting Rights Act. What's their policies around black communities? Oh, there is no systemic racism. And I've always said this: they could actually get black voters if they let go of their racism and had some policies. Because I don't stand by Democrats like that. I'm not some diehard Democrat.
Yeah, you said they could actually win but they don't believe that there's systemic racism.
Exactly.
Right. And that in itself is racist, that they don't understand.
Exactly. And I would tell you something. I love my dad. My dad is not a Republican. He is really, really conservative, right? He's really conservative, not a Republican. But you will always lose him when you go down the Southern Strategy 2.0 route. And then for all the babbling, I hear Republicans say, oh, we're the most diverse party now. This is data. 8 out of 10 of your voters were white. You got 2% more of the black vote. You didn't get Nixon's numbers. You didn't get Ford's numbers. So don't blame us for not being with this party that has no policies for us. And the black MAGA folks, I mean, come on. Byron Donalds went to the anniversary of Bloody Sunday this month, Don. This is the man who voted against the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. And you're down there in Selma, Alabama, and you voted against the John Lewis voting, where John Lewis had his skull fractured. And you wonder why we're suspect about you. You couldn't support a core part of the civil rights movement after they gutted it with Shelby County versus Holder. I can go on and on just on the policies.
I'll ask again, like, why? I know it's the shortest line to the front, but is the proximity to whiteness that important to them? Is that big? Because let's just say it. Is the proximity to whiteness that big a deal to them? Is that
you know what? I think it's proximity to power. And I want to be honest, in a lot of communities we see this. We know some of those gay Republicans, those log cabin Republicans, and the amount of coins they get. We've seen some of those folks in Latin communities that align themselves with MAGA, then they're surprised when their colleagues or their friends are being deported. So I think it's proximity to power. I think it's proximity to money. And some people will hit the lottery. Some people won't. But it's desperation. And, we saw a little bit of this in my book. I cover this. After the Civil War, there were a handful of black folks, believe it or not, aligning with the Southern Democrats after the Civil War. There's always an allure for that taste of power. Look up a guy named Isaiah Montgomery in 1890 who voted against black folks being able to vote, right? But his area was protected. So it's silly, it's funny. And I want to also say this. When Joe Biden said, "You ain't black if you don't vote for me," I called him all the way out. I said it was despicable. It was wrong. I was quoted in the Washington Post calling him out. But you know what? He apologized within hours. Yeah. Donald Trump has never apologized or atoned for his horrible comments around black communities.
I think when Joe Biden said that it was tone deaf, I think he was trying to, be funny with Charlemagne, but it was, it's like, just don't do that.
And he apologized, thank God.
Yes, but if you and Charlemagne let's just say, you're bros, and you're like, look, vote for me and black, whatever, but just publicly, it was, you know what I'm saying? It was a bit embarrassing. I hear this all the time from people. And I think someone has written about this. They said these are the kind of, I don't want to sound like Eric Adams, Negroes. These are the kind of black folk that Harriet Tubman would have to pew pew.
Well, this is interesting because, if you look throughout Black history, there has always been the other. They sometimes use the word pick me. There's always been the person who thinks I'll be the special person. And respectfully, I know she's apologized and she's atoned, and I had a terrible interview with her. But Omarosa, she rode that train for a while. Once the train goes off the tracks, then it's on the apology tour, and some people get their wake up call. And so we've seen that, even down to Jim Crow, even down to slavery. So it's funny, it's interesting, it's sad, but again, show me. And the other thing too about Black MAGA folks in Congress, you ever notice this? They don't get elected in Black areas.
Yeah.
Show me a Black Republican who gets elected in a Black area, because the original Black Republicans, they believed in public education. They believed in an economic infrastructure for poor white folks and for Black folks, but they were also being held accountable in Black areas.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen now. Byron Donalds, John James, you're getting elected in areas that are majority white, which is fine, but just stand in it. I want to see you get elected in West Philly. I want to see you get elected in parts of Mississippi and parts of Texas, because you don't have the policies. So yeah.
Does it always end up, kind of with an Omarosa type exit for many of these folks? Because a lot of them were not named to cabinet, were not, appointed to cabinet positions.
Yeah.
I think Omarosa left the White House in flames. And then there's who's the guy that's down south who, the Black guy who said that he was a Black.
Mark Robinson. Oh my God. Well, and here's the other thing. The ones they choose to elevate, Mark Robinson, Herschel Walker, this is insulting to Black Republicans.
Right.
It really is insulting that you would elevate someone like Herschel Walker or Mark Robinson. My theory is that they don't want Black Republicans in who are going to actually do good work. But to your question of, does it always end this way? In the Trump era, I'm not sure what's going to happen. Some folks will hit the grifting lottery. Some folks will die out. But I interviewed Sir Michael Singleton in the book, and he worked in HUD, and they fired him, right? And he remains an independent now. But we could see through it. We could, and some folks are just doing it to be an influencer. If you came out tomorrow and said you were a Black Trump supporter, MAGA, baby, you'd be making millions and millions and more. Baby, if you and I did the Black Gay Republican show, baby, we have a primetime slot on Fox News, multi-million-dollar deal.
I've been saying that for like about a decade now, that, if I decided to become, because there was a point when people thought that I was a Black conservative, right?
Yeah.
And oh my God, they all reached out to me. They all praised me. And I said, if I just, went on this whole grift about being a Black conservative, and then when MAGA came in, I would be a multi-gazillionaire.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? I'd have contracts with Fox News and all of these things, and write books, and everybody would be on their show. What is it like? Because they always over-index on MAGA. Yeah. And then if you have a Black or Latino person, or even a woman, they're like, "Oh, why do you like it?" You know what I'm saying?
Can I? I'm going to be careful saying this. I remember I've done a lot of cable news over the years, over 10 years, been doing cable news. And I remember I was talking to a producer, and this is when I first started. They say, gosh, I would love to have you on more if only you were a Republican. Yeah. Gosh, that would make so much sense. And then during Trump's first term, I know producers who were seeking out Black Republicans to come on certain television shows. So I'm giving you a look behind that. And, tabling the voters for a minute, I don't know what an average Black MAGA voter feels like in Texas or Mississippi.
See, did you hear that? This is a guy who frequently goes on, gets booked for TV shows, has his own show on Sirius XM, and he said, contradicting what Mr. Logan said about, oh well, black Republicans, they're not really wanted on TV, or black men, they want feminine gay men. And Logan knows that's a lie, because especially during that first term, when it was not really a thing for black people. It may not be as much happening today, because in Trump's second term, but in his first term, it was definitely a rush to go out and find black Republicans to put on TV, because it helped booster the point to counter the left of, oh, Trump is a racist, or even if it was not to counter Trump's racism, it was to point out or have someone argue against a black Republican on, oh, why are you supporting Trump? That made for good television. It made for good back and forth, because that was a big thing in 2015-16. Trump is racist. Trump is Hitler, blah, blah, blah. So to find a black Republican to get them on air as much as possible was almost like something that they wanted to counter. And that's the point that he's making here. So this is why Mr. Logan, was lying. And he knows he's lying. He might not have been called by those networks because maybe, they didn't feel like they need to talk to him, because maybe he didn't fit the description, or maybe he didn't fit what they wanted at that time. And he didn't have a big following either at that time either. So he grew his following within the MAGA, which is more evident of that, because if he wasn't built off of MAGA, right, he would have been known and maybe he would have got calls. But he was created and made through MAGA, so they probably didn't see him. But he definitely made appearances on right-wing spaces. Plenty of popular spaces. He even has his own agency, his name. He's been in movies with other right-wingers. So for him to try to pretend that he wasn't like, oh, I just came from the ground up. No. You came from the MAGA ground up. Like, they created you. They literally birthed you. Let's finish up here.
They could be misinformed. They could just be working day to day. I don't know. But for folks who are trying to climb that ladder, there's like I said earlier, a certain consumerism to it. And I've seen it with my own two eyes.
Ambition.
Who wants another, black Democrat talking about black people, should have fair housing and poor white folks deserve a living wage? Who wants that again? Let's find contrary.
Exactly. But look, we should point out that it's not just black folks who do that. I mean, there are people who have become the White House press secretary because they realized that, I'm talking to you, Kayleigh McEnany, they realized that being a Trump supporter was better than being a never Trumper. And I know, because I got there, I was at CNN to watch her rise and how she, transitioned herself to do that. And not just her, many people. I remember Kellyanne Conway was a never Trumper, right? She was the holder of the Ted Cruz super PAC. So, it's not just black folks, but it's more surprising when it is black folks.
About the Republicans all in 2015 who were against Trump and then jumped on the Trump train because it became profitable. And even this time around, where you see guys like J.D. Vance, who called Trump Hitler, is now his VP. And Marco Rubio, who he had a back and forth with Trump, now he's his Secretary of State. So, and even Pete Hegseth even had critical thoughts about Trump and said some wild shit before he ultimately came around and became Trump's Secretary of Defense. So people have definitely, it's not just like a black person thing, but in reality, the point about it being black people, because you want to okay, what's your thought process behind this? And you can't be doing it just out of the goodness of your heart. There's definitely a monetary value to it. And if it's not, then that's even worse, right? Like to be honest, like if you're not getting paid, that's even worse. Like if you sit there and try to defend this, oh, I'm not making no money. Are you kidding me? I just really believe in being hateful towards marginalized groups of people. I just believe in those policies. Then that's even worse. At least if you're getting paid, you can say, okay, well, at least he's making some money out of it. He has something he's standing for. He's standing for his pockets. But if you're doing it for free out of hatred, that means you stand on nothing. You stand on nothing, and that makes it even weird, right? Like this that's the strangest part of that.
When you wrote about, you call it the grift. It is a grift. The downfall of Black Republicans. It was a New York Times bestseller.
Yeah.
But what was the reception? How did people treat you? Were you criticized? Were you loved? What?
Oh my God. I got so much backlash and hate email and all types of M words and F words and all that kind of stuff. But you know what? It didn't bother me because I felt like
of course he got a whole bunch of hate mail and N words. Of course. Oddly enough, a book about Black people will require a response from the Black Republicans who Mr. Logan says, oh, well, they could be racist. They could be, right? That's what he says. They could be racist. But that's the first thing they're quick to say. First thing that comes out of their mouth is that N-word. So, I mean, and these are people speaking on their experiences, right? They're not just making this up. No one wants to have an experience. Honestly, there are many people, especially like Black people and other marginalized groups of people, even women to a degree, are less likely to report these type of incidents than they are to speak about them. Look how many years it takes for women to come forward on when they have been abused. Whether you believe it's credible or not, the fact that it takes them years to come forward, in some cases, there is something there. I mean, I'm not going to say every single one of those people are honest about their intentions, but there is people are not as likely to report things that are not popular to fight, right? Like there's especially when it's acceptable. There's an acceptable view of being racist. So when you report it, it's like, who you going to tell it to? Right? There's no one to tell it to. Because people, we don't care. So that's how it goes. I can't believe I can't find this goddamn video. Let's finish the rest of this.
I was honoring people who did good work. I was honoring Frederick Douglass and Hiram Revels. Like I said, Edward Brooke, Arthur Fletcher. I was honoring folks who did good work. And I said, what happened here? And you know what's interesting? Right before the Trump era, there were a good amount of Black Republicans who were working for Republicans or who were on the rise. They were sincere to me. They had this big deal with Radio One. But then when Trump comes along, it really flushed out anybody who was legitimate. They told me that. They said I could no longer be in this party. We know we have a racial issue in this party. I'm trying to work through it. I had one guy told me we shouldn't all be in one party, but when Trumpism comes along, it really flushed out people who were legitimate. So I got all types of, babbling, but the book has over 1,000 sources. And if you're offended, I say a hit dog will holler. If you're not offended, let it fly. I don't know you. It's not personal about you, but you have to concede. There is an issue, in my opinion, with racism in the Republican Party. And it didn't start with Trump. It's not all about him. This is the mess that Republicans created. And Democrats ain't perfect either.
I wonder if did you get to see my response to one of the media inquiries?
I mean, he said it right there. And Democrats are not perfect either. Like I said, Democrats have their issues as well. But and you can call them out though. That's the thing. Like you can literally call out. Like if you're a black person, you could call out racism in the Democratic Party and from the Democratic Party, and with little to no pushback from. Yeah, will there be some white people that are Democrats or left-leaning liberals that be like, what do you mean? Probably, right? Or not believe it. But you'll be able to vent it. You'll be able to say it and not have to worry about being canceled. But try to call out racism as a black MAGA and see how long you still maintain your status in the MAGA movement. You'll be excommunicated. You'll be sent to North Korea by midnight. You'll be on one of them flights to El Salvador. You'll be on one of them flights. Trump will have your ass on the flight, the next flight shipped out. They'll be like, what happened to MAGA Jimmy? I don't know. He criticized one of the policies that Trump had. And I thought it was a good policy, but Uncle Jimmy didn't think so. And Trump had him shipped away. I think that's what I heard from the grapevine, from the conspiracy that Alex Jones said from another network. So me on another network said that he just got deported. Deported? How did he get deported? He's an American patriot. Man, Jimmy was an American patriot till he said something about Trump. You know you can't criticize the King Almighty. You do that, you're heading to North Korea. But I think he's in El Salvador. He out there in that at that jail that they be talking about. El Salvador? He Spanish? He Latin? I thought he was a black dude. He black. He's a black patriot, black MAGA, but he criticized Trump. Trump said he gotta go. Man, that's messed up. God, they're gonna eat him alive over there. Yeah. You gotta stay in your lane. Speak out against even say anything. Light criticism, even if you're joking. Especially being a black guy, you know you can't. He knew he couldn't say that. What was wrong with him? We paid him well. Yeah, but you know how it is. Sometimes they always revert back to that liberalism. That liberal mind is like a disease. It pops out every now and then, and they got him. He wasn't fully cured. I think Trump sent him to El Salvador to get cured of the liberalism. Maybe they'll bring him back when he gets his damn mind right. Yeah, maybe. I hope so. He was a good guy, man. Besides the Trump thing, you know. He was a pretty cool guy. I like when he was talking about when he called Jasmine Crockett a ghetto. Yeah, that was funny, man. Oh, yeah, he called her a hood rat. Did you see what he said about Angel Reese, too? Oh, man. Yo, he went in on them. Yeah, those are the good times. But I guess we're going to have to find another one. Yeah. All right, Bob, I'll see you later. Yeah, take care. I mean, you know, yeah.
I'm not sure if you.
I watched it all.
Got to see that.
I watch it every day, Don. I'm a lemonhead.
Well, I was just wondering. One, did you take issue with anything? Is there anything else you wanted to say about my conversation on Bill Maher's podcast?
Do this 7 minutes a day until March 1st. We start this Monday, February 17th. In a week, you'll feel better. In 2 weeks, you'll look better. In a month, you'll...
No, because I feel like, hey, like I said, if Donald Trump can make egregious comments. Why is someone going to hold you to a higher standard than their own president, who never apologized for their Obama isn't born in America rant? You have an opinion, you say how you feel, you're an independent journalist, like you said. I think you go from there and you stand in it. The only thing that I will say, at least, for me in this book, I'm talking about people who are trying to climb the ranks, who are on the rise. The average voter, I'm not talking about you, but I'm talking about folks who are trying to climb the ranks, because I've seen it with my own two eyes, that if I say this, maybe I'm failed journalist, that if I say this, then I'm going to make it on a particular channel. And that is insidious. That is a joke.
Well, I don't see the rationale, considering the roots of MAGA, which was Donald Trump and show me your birth certificate, Barack Obama. And then it went on from there. But I said, just so you, and tell me what you think of this, because I didn't even I'm tired of, not tired of, I shouldn't say that. I don't like, how do I put this? Because I don't want to screw up here. I think some of the pat or rote responses sometimes it's just or canned responses to these stories. I think they just sort of go by the wayside. I said on the Don Lemon Show today, I will be responding to the same right-wing extremists, internet trolls, and media organizations who endlessly attack me, call me racist and or homophobic slurs, purposely paint me in a negative light, feign outrage, and then gin up fake controversy when someone who looks like me dares to hold up a mirror to them. As I said, the truth is often insulting. I'm entitled to my point of view just as much as MAGA, Fox News, right-wing media, and internet trolls are entitled to do theirs.
You saw there what Don Lemon said in that article, exactly what Mr. Logan did. He attacked Don Lemon's sexuality, talked about his husband, brought up his husband, and stuff like that, which is typical of how the right wing will respond. Because you could say, well, he attacked them first, right? But he didn't make it personal. He was speaking about Black MAGA as itself, as its own entity, as far as like Black people who support the MAGA agenda. He just felt like they weren't rational. He didn't attack anyone's blackness. He didn't say, oh, they're not really Black. He didn't say that. Yeah, he said they were not rational. Okay, maybe if you're that much of a snowflake, that could be, you could take that as a jab. But if it doesn't apply to you, then why would you make it personal? But then this guy, Mr. Logan, went on to talk about Don's sexuality and him being with a white guy. I don't see how any of that was relevant to Don's comments. And he really didn't have any response to it. But to say, oh, well, just deflecting and saying how, yeah, Democrats are racist too. It's almost like, well, they're racist too. That's all he did. He pretty much like, oh, I'm gonna tell that you stole the cake. Well, you stole one too, right? So it's like, it's always that rebuttal when you call out one side. They always say, what about the other side? The same thing with the Trump stuff. When you criticize Trump, they'll tell you, oh yeah, but the Democrats did this. And it's like, yeah, you do acknowledge that two people could be wrong at once. It's not one or the other. And to them, it's like, it's either you say everything Trump is doing is right and everything that Democrats do is bad, and that's the only point of view. It's not Democrats are bad, Republicans are bad, or both parties did stupid shit, or it's always got to be Republican good, Democrat bad, end of story, no questions. And that's how they all respond. And that's exactly how Anthony Logan was talking. He was speaking like one side is bad, the other side is good, and that's the end of the story. And that's the same repeat carbon copy that you will see from each and every one of the Black Republicans, and just MAGA in general, but mostly Black Republicans, because they're the ones that really need to sell it the most, because that's all they have. They don't have anything else to go on. They can't really speak about anything else because they'll be out of their depth. They'll be out of their depth. They must make sure that they get the majority of agreement. So any opinion that they have the majority of whoever's watching their base, whoever's following them, must agree. In the high 90s, they're shooting for 85, 90%. If they start getting closer to that 60-40 range, then they're in trouble. They're going to be in trouble.
If you want to know what more I have to say about it, watch my show. And then I said, here's the link. That was my response. What do you think of that response?
Listen, and you're not saying no one else is entitled to their point of view and their opinion. I mean, we've seen you for a long time. You sat down with Bill Maher, who has a billion things I disagree with him on. You know, reasonable people can disagree. That's okay. Reasonable people can have a different perspective. But what I experienced, and I'm sure what you experienced, it is this onslaught of just hate and rage and N-word this and F-word this and all this kind of stuff. So you're so triggered. And I thought they complained about snowflakes. I thought they complained that nobody could take it. When you got Donald Trump of the DOJ talking about what MSNBC has done and other channels have done, it's illegal. I mean, it's just it's the outrage. It's hilarious to me. And all I say is, if it doesn't bother you, if it had nothing to do with you, why are you offended? But then there are also some white Republicans who, well, in my book, I point this out. You know, Herschel Walker got a higher rate of the white evangelical vote than the Republican nominee for Senate. Like, there is something alluring to people. The gay person who is okay with homophobia, the black person who is okay, who dismisses racism, the immigrant who came here undocumented but is outraged by undocumented people. This is beyond Republican or Democrat or black and white.
Oh, I can tell you what that is. I'm not a therapist or a psychologist, but that is a confirmation they believe that they are not racist.
Right.
And so it makes them feel good about voting for that person because at least they and a lot of it is based on Christianity too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Christian nationalism.
If Scott,
yeah, but how could Christian nationalism promote anti immigrants and anti-black people and anti-LGBT? I mean, I guess, you know, where's that? Now, look, I'm not a Christian, so I don't know, but I grew up around some Christians, and how does that? They didn't seem to be very hateful. So how does that come into play? How does being hateful and Christianity link up? Like I'm confused on that. Maybe it's more like white nationalism than Christian nationalism. I don't know. Or maybe it's both. Maybe there's a combination. Because I'm pretty sure there are Christian people that lean left. All right? Not left, like Democrat left, like liberal. So I always wondered how that figured.
says there's no racism, there's no systemic racism. Well, it must be true. He's Tim Scott.
Yeah, and we're talking about, you and I have just been talking about, you know, black Republicans or black MAGA, but there are some black MAGA. I mean,
look, Tim Scott's a fraud. I've called Tim Scott out long before. Tim Scott's a fraud. He is like the guy that he's clearly not genuine at all. There's not a genuine bone in his body. He's the biggest fraud of them all. And he gets away with it because he comes off as, you know, that Southern South Carolina type talk, and comes off as a decent guy. Like on the survey, like when you first see him, like, oh, Tim Scott seems like a decent guy. But he has no principles. He doesn't stand on anything of substance. He's a fraud. He's a clown. And, you know, at first he came off as decent, but you could just tell he's fake. He's absolutely fake. He's as fake as they come. He's as fake as they come. So I'm not surprised by Tim Scott. Tim Scott doesn't surprise me one bit.
There are some Latino MAGA and whatever, and that's a bit sus too. But that's a subject for another conversation. Look, I said what I said, and he wrote what he wrote. Clay Kane, thank you for joining the Don Lemon Show. We'll see you next time. Oh, by the way, the book is called The Grift: The Downward Spiral of Black Republicans. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So there you have it. That was a good conversation because that tied into the whole situation between him and the comments about Black MAGA. And I wanted to watch that again because I saw that clip earlier and he made a good point. He talked about, Herschel Walker and a few other stuff. And look, I like I said before, I don't think what Don said was wrong. I think I don't think he said what he said was wrong. And you guys could be upset about it. But if you want to prove me wrong, criticize Trump. Criticize Trump currently. Not the easy low-hanging fruit shit like, the Epstein list. Because what the fuck you care about the Epstein list? You're not on it. Right? Yeah, we care in general, like we want the list released, of course. But that's not a Black MAGA issue. Like, that's not something that would make or break. That's the easy, low-hanging fruit to criticize. Plus, it's already been done. It's already been pre-approved, so you don't get credit for that. Like, if you made a video criticizing Trump for not releasing the Epstein files, you don't get credit for that because that's already been pre-approved by the base. The base has already kind of made the criticism. So I'm saying criticize something like that would not be approved by the MAGA base, that they would push back on you. And then I would say, okay, maybe you're a legitimate conservative, you're a legitimate Black Republican. If you don't do that, then if you can't do that because you're afraid to lose, your biscuits, then you're not legit. You're just another fraud pretending. And that's all I got. I'm about to be out of here. I'm heading over to the studios, Sports Steady Studios. I'm going to go live, Sports Steady Radio, for my midnight show in about 15 minutes. So that's all I got, guys. Unscripted Opinions. This is a long show. We'll probably do these once a week. We'll be back. I know I covered a whole bunch of stuff, but mostly today was about the Black MAGA response. And that's all I got. Unscripted Opinions unscripted at gmail.com.